not just us, but our children and entire generations to come. The way to get these companies to shift is to expose these lies so that these companies take responsibility and change their products for the better. The last time we created a video like this to expose Nestle's practices in Malaysia, we got banned from every single media outlet in Malaysia because Nestle spends $3 billion a year on advertising. However, our video became the biggest story in Malaysia because Malaysians shared it using WhatsApp. This pushed Nestle to side with the truth. In Australia and New Zealand, Milo lost its 4.5 stars for health and became 1 star. In Singapore, zero sugar Milo was introduced. When we stop falling for the lies, we take away the power that these companies have to destroy our health. So let's stop this blatant lying to billions of people. Share this video and let's wake up humanity to the truth.
Sorry about that. I just got caught in the middle of doing the trying to get live on Facebook. So I'm trying to see if any of our first presenters are actually here. I know that Vasco, I can see Vasco. Oh, tip to you, Brother Vasco. Elder Vasco, how are you? How are you? Can you hear me?
You have to put your shades on to see me?
They're not shades, they're pinhole glasses to help to correct my eyesight. So
what's wrong with your eyesight?
I'm not trying to be cool or anything.
No, what's wrong with your eyesight, Auntie Jean?
Because I've been in front of the computers. Well, I need glasses for reading, put it that way. Right. And for the computer, and because right. I've been on the computer for so long, my eyes are deteriorating. So I find myself using my glasses even when I'm not reading. Right, I don't realize I've still got them on. So
what are you doing about it? Apart from
I've been using the drops that from Alkaline. And also, so I've stopped wearing my glasses for about a month now and using these pinhole.
And has anybody told you anything at all about vitamin A?
No, but you're going to tell me.
Eat carrots, sweet potato, and cucumbers.
Carrots, sweet potato, and cucumbers. That's a good start. I'm going to write that down right now.
Vitamin A, yeah?
Yes, yes, yes.
Another name for vitamin A is retinol.
How do you spell that?
R-E-T-I-N-O-L. And remember, there's a part of your eye called the retina.
Yes.
See the connection?
Yes.
Somebody should have told you that in the past.
You should have.
I never knew until now that your eyesight was fading.
Well, especially after doing all these Zooms, yeah. It's been...
and you know one of the main causes for your eyesight failing? Peeping through keyholes.
Excuse me?
Peeping through keyholes.
You're funny. Right, now I'm going to see if I'm trying to look to see if our first presenter is here.
That should be me.
Are you on first?
Yes, to the best of my knowledge, because I'm at CSEP and Jacinta's got to go home, so we can't stay here.
Okay, but that's not what I've got on my sheet. But anyway, I can go along with that.
Okay,
it's one of those. It's one of those things. So I can't see is there. But okay, I'm gonna do the libation, and then we go straight into it.
Okay. And I see this handsome guy is here again, Brian.
Oh, is it? Can you see him?
Yes, I can see him. I can see him with his glasses on. Yes.
Oh wow.
Hello, all you charming guys and girls.
Okay. As he's in the car. Okay, welcome everybody to, let me just get myself a little bit more organized. I thought that I would have a phone call or something, but anyway. Welcome everybody to the Wellbeing 2020 and Beyond. My name is Auntie Jean, for those who don't know, but I'm going to start off with libation. And 5 people entered. Okay. I'm going to start off with libation, where I give thanks, or we can all give thanks to our ancestors who got taken away from our home and dotted all around the world. I give thanks to the ancestors who survived, because if it wasn't for those ancestors who survived, we wouldn't be here now. So we have to give thanks to their tenacity, their bravery, and their will to live and to survive. And may their tenacity and that willing that they have be put on us, because we're going to need it for the times that we're going through now. So for those ancestors, I say thank you, Ashe.
Sure.
I also give thanks to our leaders, our heroes, our sheroes, all the leaders who actually helped pave the way, who actually let us realize that we don't have to be subservient. We don't have to take everything that's been given to us. Sorry if I'm sleeping a little bit distracted. I'm letting people in at the same time. So my main hero, I'll say, is the Right Honourable Marcus Messiah Garvey. He given us the black print for us to follow. And unfortunately, a lot of other people are actually following it. And who he made it for us, we're not really taking up that mantle. We need to take up that mantle. Small as that little part may be, or our part may be, as long as we all pick up a bit or a section of that mantle, then we as a people can go far. So for all those heroes and all those leaders who's put us on the path, the names that we know, the names that we will always know, the names that we don't know, and the names that we'll never know. But all of those leaders actually played a part in helping us to strive forward as a people. So for all those leaders, I say thank you, Ashe.
Sure.
I also give thanks to my lineage, my ancestors, your ancestors, the ancestors whose heads and shoulders who we all stand upon, the good ancestors who's put us where we are today, the ancestors who's led us and guided us through thick and thin and's been there for us. Even though we think that things are going wrong, our ancestors are there with us. And we've got to remember that they're there for us to call on them, ask them for help, ask them for guidance, ask them to help pave the way or give us answers. So when we do ask, let their answers be as clear as this water, so that we can actually receive what they're trying to tell us, so we don't go onto the wrong path. So let us, as I said, as the receivers, be open to the way our ancestors give us the messages, because it's not going to be straightforward. They're going to come in, the message is going to come in all different ways. So let our minds be open so that we can receive our messages. So for those, our ancestors, our lineage, your lineage, my lineage, I say thank you, Ashe.
Sure.
I also give thanks to the Most High, the creator of all things, the divine one, who's given us the earth that we stand on, the air that we breathe, the sunshine, who's that gives us life, as well as the water. We are the actual keepers of this earth. So let us do our little bit to help keep this earth. So for the creator, I'd say thanks, Ashe.
Sure.
Okay. All right. I do see, I think it's Russ Alkaline is there. So just going to be just a little switch from the first presentation, which is going to mess me up a bit because I had everything all sorted out. So Elder Vasco Stevenson, sorry.
Thank you so much.
I should know, shouldn't I? So yeah, so you're going to need to screen share.
Yes, yes.
Okay, just 1 second. I shall do that for you right now.
Okay.
So there's going to be a little switch around because originally I've got Russ Alkaline to actually start the presentation, but Vasco Stevenson is actually using a facility that he can't be there for too long. So I hope this is not too much of an inconvenience to Russ Alkaline. My name is Auntie Jean, otherwise known, known for Auntie Jean's African Culture Market. And through African Culture Market comes, the Garvey Village was born. And the Garvey Village is going to be a community center with a difference. And I'm not going to go into all the ins and outs or the everything that the Garvey Village actually does, but the part of the Garvey Village which relates to this actually event is that the Garvey Village is going to be a base for the natural healers. So some of the natural healers who are actually going to make a presentation today, basically will be taking part or can take part. And when we do get the property for the Garvey Village, that we'll have a base for the natural healers, even though the natural healers have got their own place where they practice. A couple of hours a week, the natural healers, a couple of hours a week, maybe once a week or once a month, can actually come down to the Garvey Village. So us from the community can have a natural healer of your choice via one telephone number and one center to go to see them. And so that's the connection with the Garvey Village and this event. Also, the sister, Van, otherwise known as Van, she created the Healing Touch. And Van has inspired, she's her inspiration to put this event together called the Wellbeing 2020. And Van, she's a reflexologist. She does Swedish massage and also chakra healing. She has a stall in the Abbey Mills where she sells natural body oils and soap. And I'll put her details in for later on. So without further ado, I will go on because we do need to help ourselves keep healthy or get healthy, mind, body, spirit, and soul. And with that, we're going to start with our, as I said, advised first presentation from Elder Vasco Stevenson, who is a holistic practitioner. And Elder Vasco is going to be talking about coronavirus and its health issues 2020 and beyond. So Vasco Stevenson, the screen is now yours and welcome.
Thank you, Auntie Jean. It seems like only yesterday we were doing another presentation.
It was similar to yesterday, I'll say.
Yeah, they're coming thick and fast, aren't they?
They are, which is good because the information is getting out.
Absolutely correct. And you know, I would like to share a little bit of information I got just a few minutes ago.
Brilliant. Another hot off the press, yes?
A few minutes ago, yes. I was introduced to a young lady who was given 6 months to live.
Oh, gosh.
She had breast cancer that metastasized to her stomach. And I was introduced to her and read along, did a body scan, and wrote a protocol for her. That's just before the coronavirus kicked in.
Yeah.
And I wasn't able to see her 3 months after for a second scan as I usually do. But I went back to see her about 6, 7 weeks ago. And she was not the same person I had seen before. She was up and about and lively and full of energy. And she called me when I was putting this presentation together earlier today
Yes.
to say that she went back to the hospital to have another scan, hospital scan this time. And they said to her, um, the cancer is fading.
Wow. Was she under your care?
Correct.
Beautiful. Well done.
They said to her, oh, the injections we are giving you and the tablets are working. She hasn't taken the
Really?
tablets, but she's taken the injection. And she said, but
Okay.
hold on, that was only to slow down the process. How come the cancer is going? And she said the doctor said to her, well, sometimes cancer does disappear.
Them two lie. But the thing is that it does go because people find alternative, well, the natural way of curing themselves.
Absolutely correct.
You know?
Absolutely.
So
I was really chuffed.
Oh, so you should be. Well done. That
Yeah.
is a good story.
But I don't want that to get too far into the public domain, as you know,
I know.
because
I
the
know.
minute you start talking about cancer,
You'll have the men in black knocking on your door.
you get some beady eyes looking at you. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Today we are going to talk about well-being, 2020 and beyond, and it's the SARS COVID-19 stroke
Okay.
2 for
Just
20. Yes.
before you go into your presentation, do you mind if I let you know that you got 10 minutes before your 10 minutes is up, or do you want it 5 minutes, or are you just going to go on and use the full amount of time you have?
No, give me 10 minutes before the 10 minutes are up.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah. So I know what to say and what not to say. And how much time? The time is now 15:15. How much time have I got? When do I go on to?
Let me see. I believe you have 35 minutes.
35 minutes. Okay.
35 minutes, yeah.
And that includes question times?
Yes, it does. It does.
Oh my
It
God.
does. So
Oh
you
my
have to talk.
goodness.
You'll have to talk very fast but clear.
All right. Now.
So, and just a quick mention to everybody: if you do have a question, please write it down or put it in the chat so that the presentations don't get interrupted. Thank you.
Okay, this one is going to go pretty quickly because most of it is written and not pictures and that kind of stuff. Yes.
Okay.
All right, so let's get cracking on it then because we haven't got much time. Okay. There have been more than 700,000 confirmed cases of coronavirus so far in the UK, and the figures say that more than 40,000 people have died, and these are government figures, okay? Which you and I know are totally false. Because there's no way that 40,000 people in the UK have died from coronavirus. Some may have died with the virus, but not from it. We know what was going on earlier on, okay?
Yes.
However, these figures only include people who have died within 28 days of testing positive for coronavirus. But other measures suggest the number of deaths is higher. Other measures, yes, that's important. Because that's what the words they're using to cover up the skullduggery they've been involved with, other measures. Here is the up-to-date, here are the up-to-date figures for the coronavirus. This is actually from the 16th of this month, which is only about 5 days ago. 43,000 total deaths. Latest daily figure, 241,000. And the total cases in the middle, and the new cases, and then hospital admissions on the right, and the number of new cases. Okay, so I'm not going to dwell too much on that. Just want to get a few bits of statistics out of the way. 3 times as many people have died from COVID-19 than from flu and pneumonia in England and Wales this year. Now, I find that very contradictory to the official figures that are coming out, especially from the Office of National Statistics and across the globe. And they say this is according to official figures. And between January and August 2020, there were 48,168 deaths due to coronavirus compared to 13,600 from pneumonia, and only 394 were due to flu. A load of poppycock, in my opinion. Excuse my expression, okay? I'm going to try and not to be political here. Rules were amended over the summer to include deaths in the coronavirus total only if they occurred within 28 days of a positive test. Previously in England, all deaths after a positive test were included. England has seen the majority of UK deaths from COVID-19. Using the 28-day cutoff, there have been almost 39,000. So we are putting out false information still. The UK government made key failings in their strategic preparations and emergency response to coronavirus. And this in turn undermined the NHS's ability to cope with the virus. And these are findings recently published by a group called the Research Paper for the Journal of Risk Research by academics from Cass Business School in Glasgow. Okay, so they said that the government made a lot of mistakes and failings in its approach to coronavirus. However, the researchers suggest this flawed strategy was not simply due to a lack of foresight. Instead, they suggest that the UK government failed adequately to take account of known threats and clear signals of systemic weaknesses in the event of a pandemic. In other words, the government wasn't prepared, and when the pandemic came, although they suspected a pandemic was coming, they were not up to it. They were not ready for it, okay? And if you'll excuse me, Auntie Jean, this little drop-down thing that admits people comes down in front of the print sometimes, so I can't read it all the time. When a virus passes through most of the population, people acquire what is known as a herd mentality. This means that enough people have been infected and developed an immune response so that there is nowhere left for the virus to go and circulation stops. Okay? So when you have herd mentality and a certain proportion of the population have the virus, then the virus starts to drop off because it has nowhere else to go. And that's where you get a dip and everything comes back to normal. In theory, a prolonged lockdown by slowing virus circulation could mean a population never gets herd immunity, and so the lockdown has to continue indefinitely. And we are seeing that being played out right in front of us now, where they're talking about a second lockdown, for the simple reason that the herd mentality hasn't really kicked in. In other words, a sufficient number of people haven't had the virus so that it slows down. Okay. As reported by British Sky News on October the 7th, many respected scientists are now calling for a herd immunity approach to the pandemic, meaning governments should allow people who are not at significant risk of serious COVID-19 illness to go back to normal life. And I came across a report recently where 30,000 top scientists and academics and doctors from around the globe have actually sent a letter to Downing Street saying that they should just focus on those areas where old people and residential care people are, and let other people get on with their lives. I don't know if it's going to be adhered to, but that's what's happening. All in all, there are many reasons to suspect that continued lockdowns, social distancing, and mask mandates are completely unnecessary and will not significantly alter the course of the pandemic illness or the final death count. So these are scientists and doctors who are saying lockdowns, social distancing, and masks are useless and unnecessary. Yet the government will insist upon them. And when you don't wear them in public, their representatives, the police and other people, are becoming very aggressive and violent. This inability to develop resilience in the face of COVID-19 has hampered the adaptation to the pandemic due to the slow upscaling of testing for key workers and the vulnerable in care homes, those most at risk. In the case of COVID-19, evidence suggests exposure to other coronaviruses that cause the common cold can confer immunity against SARS. So if you had the flu before, or if you had a virus before, similar to the coronavirus, then you have already got an antibody that will protect you from this coronavirus, and even if it comes back in the winter. This declaration, called the Great Barrington Declaration, is urging the government to adapt the herd mentality. Okay? It was signed by leading experts from the universities of Oxford, Nottingham, Edinburgh, Exeter, Cambridge, Sussex, and York. And it says that the herd immunity is the way forward. And it went on to state, and I quote, "The most compassionate approach that balances the risk and benefits of reaching herd immunity is to allow those who are at minimal risk of death to live their lives normally to build up immunity to coronavirus through natural infection, while better protecting those who are at higher risk. We call this focused protection." The declaration points out that current lockdown policies are having devastating effects on short and long-term public health that will result in excess mortality in the future, primarily among younger people and the working class. On the flip side, there's a phenomenon known as viral interference, where exposure to one virus makes you more susceptible to another virus. Importantly, research has found that those who received the flu vaccine were 36% more susceptible to coronavirus infection. Let me repeat that. Those who received the influenza vaccine were 36% more susceptible to coronavirus infection. So when your surgery is chasing you down to come and have the flu vaccine, just stick a finger in the air at them. Don't have it. I've had my surgery chasing me now. I must have had about 10 requests. We've set aside a date for you to come and have a vaccine. I've never had a flu jab, but they've been pushing it to the extent where I had to send a little note saying, if I get one more request for a flu jab, I'm going to raise a formal complaint against the surgery. So they've eased off for a little while. What about the racial inequalities when it comes to COVID-19? The impact on Black communities. Now, most of this information comes from the United States of America, but we see the parallels here in the UK. So data derived from specific regions that report race and ethnicity of COVID-19 descendants show that Black patients are dying at a much higher rate than their population share. Okay? Dr. Gross and his colleagues found that Black Americans are 3.5 times more likely to die of COVID-19 than white Americans. In addition, the team found that Latin people are almost twice as likely to die of the disease compared to white people. So the question is why, okay? And as the report notes, collectively, Black Americans make up 13% of the population in all United States areas that release the mortality data. But yet blacks account for 25% of the deaths, only making up 13% of the population. In other words, they're dying of the virus at a rate of roughly double their population share. Among all American deaths, where race and ethnicity is known. The evidence reveals enormous disparities and a bitter reality. COVID-19 is disproportionately affecting Black people in the US and in the UK. And Black people are dying as a result of COVID-19 at an alarming rate. But what are the reasons behind the numbers? Experts have been saying for years that we need to tackle systemic racism and the toll that it takes on the health of communities of color. So they are associating the high incidence of Black deaths to attitudes and race and other matters like that. Okay. I can't see the screen because of this drop down menu every time somebody gets admitted. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
And the thing is, I can't
You can't alter it, can you?
No.
No. Okay. For example, national data for the US in 2015 reveals that for every dollar of household income white households receive, Black households receive 59 cents, Latino 79 cents, and Native Americans 60 cents. So Blacks are at the bottom of the pyramid when it comes to household income. All right? Now, Professor David, who is the chair of the Department for Social and Behavioral Sciences at Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health, he carried out a report, and he's an expert in this, and this is what he said. What is stunning for the 59-cent figure for African Americans is that it is identical to the racial Black-white gap in income as far back as 1978. I did not misspeak, you heard me correctly, 1978. The peak year of the economic gain for Black households as a result of the war on poverty and the civil rights policies of the 60s and 70s. Okay, that's by Professor David Williams. And we remember, if we recall the history, it was a president of the United States who rolled back the civil rights gains that were made by Blacks, and that president was Ronald Reagan, right? So remember that, okay? Lyndon Johnson had brought it in, Reagan reversed it. Now we see something similar likely to happen again, where it's likely to brought back in if certain man wins re-election in a week's time. For example, non-Hispanic Blacks and Hispanic Americans are more likely to end up in occupations that we have newly deemed as essential. Not high paid, but essential, including, but not limited to, retail work, that is in grocery stores, sanitation, farming, meat packaging plants, frontline healthcare workers in nurses' homes, who, as the evidence here suggests, were also overly exposed to the virus, early childcare educators, etc. And each of these occupations is critical in allowing the rest of society to stay at home and flatten the curve. And that was written by Professor Tiffany Green. When prompted to explain why the number of COVID-19 cases and mortalities in the US are so high, though the country makes up only 5% of the world's population, Alex Azar, Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services, said, unfortunately, the American population is a very diverse population. That's all he had to say. Well, not all. He went on to say, greater risk profile of Black communities and minority groups, suggesting that underlying diseases that African Americans are predisposed to contribute significantly to the higher death toll. So we, as Black people, we have certain underlying conditions, some of them that are recognized and known to doctors and hospitals, but others which are not. And those three underlying conditions are listed here, okay? Professor Williams mentioned in his talk that Black Americans are indeed more likely to have diseases such as hypertension or high blood pressure, heart disease, and diabetes. And the same thing is has been said here in the UK. Now, these three conditions are the ones that have amplified COVID-19 severity. So a lot of these Black people who have died from COVID-19 may have had these underlying conditions which were not recognized. And emerging data shows that in the United States, the COVID-19 pandemic is disproportionately affecting Blacks and Latino people, with some data also indicating that American Indians, Alaska Natives, and other ethnic minority groups are also exposed to higher risk. Now, you remember in the presentation I made last week, I was talking about scientists in their lab rooms trying to invent ethnic specific nanotechnology. Anybody remember that?
No, carry on. Was
Right.
it one of my sessions?
Well, it was your session last time. Yes, I showed a slide showing that biologists were working on ethnic specific weapons. Yes, biological weapons to tackle, to knock off certain ethnic groups. And I raised that point because it says here, American Indians, Alaskan Indians, and other ethnic minority groups. Yeah.
Right, yes.
Are the ones who are being affected by this COVID-19. So this raises the question as to whether COVID-19 is in fact just a flu or is it a bioengineered weapon? So what about the mental health when it comes to COVID-19? Some groups may face a disproportionate mental health impact during the COVID-19 pandemic. Again, these include people of color, migrants, and people of different various ethnic backgrounds. However, although the pandemic is mentally and emotionally affecting many people all over the world, past evidence suggests that it may affect certain communities more than others. Okay? So
just letting you know, you got 10 minutes left.
the time is gone already.
I know.
Well, I was only here for 5 minutes. Anyhow, never mind. Okay, let me speed it up. And that, does this 10 minutes include the question time?
I think we can stretch it.
Okay.
We can stretch it.
Put some elastic in it then. Okay. Although Hispanics and Blacks have a lower risk of having a psychiatric disorder as compared with their white counterparts, those who become ill tend to have more persistent disorders. Now, this is very interesting because it is telling you that Blacks have lower risk of psychiatric disorders than whites. Yet we know that a lot of our Blacks are incarcerated and sectioned and sent to mental hospitals. So it's telling you there. And we just have to go there and we can see how some whites behave, that there's a mental problem.
Yes.
A very big mental problem in the white community. Racism and physical attacks on Asians and people of Asian descent have spread with the COVID-19 pandemic. And remember, this is in America, yes?
Yeah.
And government leaders need to act decisively to address this trend. So in America, we've had Asians being attacked. It didn't say which Asian group, whether they were Japanese, Chinese, Koreans, or Indians, or what. They just said Asians. But we saw a similar thing to blacks in China.
Yes.
Being attacked, yes, physically. And when you get a society that starts to break down, minority groups are always attacked and blamed for the problem, whatever problem that may be. So expect that these attacks on us in this country to get worse.
Mm.
All right. So I'm going to skip a couple of these and move forward. When it comes to domestic violence, researchers and non-governmental organizations are urging governments to look to previous health crises for examples of what to do and avoid in their COVID-19 responses. Now, this COVID-19 has thrown up domestic violence as a serious issue.
Yes.
And not only that, but suicides. In the United States, for instance, suicides have gone up by 800%.
Oh my God, that's a whole heap.
People killing themselves because of this virus. And I have something I would say about it. If people were to learn to meditate properly, they wouldn't kill themselves. That may sound rather, simplistic, but I believe that it's one of the things that would help. And they drew a parallel between the Ebola crisis in West Africa, and that led to increased violence against women. The reports of the violence were deprioritized, uncounted, and unrecognized. And they had school closures and quarantine, and all of that amplified the abuse against women and girls. The vulnerable always come under attack. The Ebola pandemic demonstrated that multiple forms of violence are exacerbated within crisis contexts, including trafficking, human trafficking, believe it or not, child marriage, which is really child abuse, and sexual exploitation. Yep. And COVID-19 is likely driving similar trends at present. So we can see everything that is bad in human behavior coming to the fore and manifesting. So here are some statistics. In France, the number of reported cases of domestic violence has risen by 30%, though the figure may actually be significantly higher. Domestic violence in France, up 30%. Calls to domestic abuse helplines in Cyprus and Singapore have also risen by approximately a third in each country. That's another 30%. In Argentina, calls to emergency services about domestic violence have risen by 25%. And let me hasten to add that this violence is not necessarily male on female. It could be the other way around, yes?
Yeah.
You can get some small women who can be very violent.
Don't be not looking at me.
No, I'm looking at the text on the computer.
Okay.
All right. I know you're not a violent person, Auntie Jean. All right. In China, one police station in Hubei province saw a tripling of domestic violence reports during the quarantine in February. But if you think those 25 and 30% were high, in the UK, the largest domestic abuse charity, Refuge, reported a 700% increase in calls to its helpline in a single day. So that gives you some idea of how violent British society is. A 700% increase in calls to the helpline in a single day. While a separate line for perpetrators of domestic abuse who want to change their behavior increased by 25%. So domestic violence is a spin-off from the COVID. And coming down to the end of it now, really, Dr. Joe Mercola, whom I've been getting information from for the last 15 plus years, and to my mind, one of the best doctors in the world, a naturopath as well, he said on the 16th of this month most people are already immune to SARS-CoV-2. That's the one that is supposed to be coming in the winter. And people already have an immunity to it. So why are they talking about another shutdown? Rhinovirus infections responsible for the common cold largely prevented COVID-19 influenza infection. So the common cold virus could protect against SARS-2. And that is from the Lancet, Britain's top medical journal. Again, why is the government talking about a second lockdown when all the evidence is showing that almost everybody has antibodies that can fight the virus? Okay, so let's summarize. Fewer people have died from COVID-19 than are being stated. The government's approach to the pandemic has been erratic. Lockdowns, masks, and social distancing are not conducive to good health. Why is the emphasis on vaccines and natural remedies are never talked about? Nobody ever talks about vitamin C, vitamin D3, zinc, quercetin. Yeah?
They don't want a cure.
Coconut oil, nitric oxide, nobody ever talks about these things. Why are there so many conflicts of interest in government departments where a lot of those who are talking about vaccines have lots of money invested in the vaccine companies? Streets are being cordoned off, but only in working class neighborhoods. Have you noticed that?
Yep.
Why are streets being cordoned off? That's because they're going to prevent movement of people, so people can't get together to protest. And that's where the army is going to be brought in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why is the army on high alert? And what is the connection between the coronavirus and the stripping away of our human rights? And you know, there's a bill that is now in front of in the House of Lords now, giving all these different government agencies, including the betting agency that supervises betting, authority to arrest, murder, and torture people.
It's ridiculous.
It's gone through the House of Lords. There've only been 49 people who've objected to it from both sides of the aisle.
Really?
Yes, only 49 have objected to it, and it's now in the House of Lords for them to decide whether it should become law or not. Why?
Yeah.
Anyhow, I'll take a couple of questions if there are any.
Okay. So anybody got any questions? If you have, unmute yourself and ask away quickly. Let's see if there's anything in the chat. No questions? I believe also as well, because you know when they're cording off all the back roads, they've got these face recognition or cameras.
Oh yeah.
On those main roads.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't, they obviously they haven't got them on the side roads either. So they can cattle everybody in, you know, in certain locations.
And I suspect too that once they recognize your face and they decide to roll out a vaccine, you'll get the army coming and knocking on your door and saying, well, we are going to give you the vaccine. And if you object, they'll just grab you and, you know, slam it in you.
I mean, they've started knocking on the doors in Birmingham. They've
actually, I was told, yes.
Yeah, started knocking the doors and basically asking if people want to be tested.
Oh my goodness me. Anyhow, let's hope it doesn't happen to any of us. And my dear friend Patricia as well, I hope it doesn't happen to her.
Well, I was just writing in the chat, Vasco, that it looks as if people have already capitulated. It looks like people have given in.
Oh, a lot of people, thousands, millions have already given in, because this is what's going to happen. Right across the globe, you'll find that there'll be a split in humanity. Those who will voluntarily take it and those who will not. Okay? Yeah. One of the best ways to go about this is to meditate, raise your spirituality, eat right, cut out the meat and cut out the foods that don't raise your vibrations, because this is not just a war. This is a spiritual war that's going on, and COVID-19 is just a battle within that war. So we have to raise our vibrations, okay?
Yeah.
I take the point about raising the vibration. Sorry, Jean. I take the point about raising your vibration. So you can actually be walking around, London, quite, in your, you meditate, you eat the right food, you're actually trying to be above all that's going on in terms of the lower world. Yes. But you are still likely to get caught up, aren't you?
But yes, the thing about it is that if you get caught up in something, you don't voluntarily accept anything. Don't accept it. If they're going to force you to have it, well, you haven't, if they grab you up, two big strong men, grab you up and decide that they're going to give you an injection, it's a violation of your human rights, which have practically been stripped away. So you have no option. But that vaccine will make you a zombie. It will make you a slave for the rest of your life. And we as Black people, we don't want to be enslaved 3 times, do we?
No, but the thing is, Vasco, is that in terms of our reality as African people in the diaspora, we face the worst form of violence, yes. Particularly us as women. So if we are in a place where we're raided or the police are kettling you in and you object, their batons are going to come out and whack you round the head.
All right, okay. Well,
so we have no choice.
We do have a choice. If the baton hits you around your head, lie down on the ground or try to get up. But under no circumstances, take that vaccine. No matter how appealing it may be, or no matter what you think the consequences of not taking it are likely to be.
The thing is, we're all going to die anyway, so you might as well die fighting.
Correct.
Yeah, can I just say, I think...
yes.
I think that...
Did he state your name?
Pardon?
Did he state your name?
Nelly.
Hi, Nelly. Okay, go ahead.
I think they're going to just basically... I think initially, when they get the vaccines, they won't have enough for everybody. So I don't think they're going to start forcing people until maybe after, maybe 3 or 4 months, because initially a lot of people are going to want to take the vaccine, particularly, and in this country particularly, there's only like 2 or 3% Black people in this country. The majority of the white population will want to take the vaccine, and they'll probably use up most of the vaccine anyway. Once they've voluntarily, people have voluntarily taken the vaccine, then if the infection rate isn't going down, then they will then start to do compulsory vaccinations. But that's not going to hit for a little time, because most people are going to take the vaccine anyway. So they won't start, the people who are not taking the vaccine, it's not going to hit those people until maybe 3 or 4 months after they start to introduce it, because most people are going to take the vaccine anyway.
Yeah, but they're also saying that they'll have everything done by Easter, and one MP has actually
everything done. What do you mean everything done? Like what?
All the vaccines in place for people to have by Easter.
Okay, Easter is like what,
6 months away.
6 months away. Okay, so we got 6 months at least. But even in the first 2 or 3 months after that, most people will take the vaccine anyway, and it probably will be used up, because they can only afford a certain amount. It costs money to buy the vaccines, and they can't afford to vaccinate the whole population. So
they can. I believe they've got the vaccines done already. That's all done and dusted. They're just biding their time. But I believe they've got it all already. It's all been patented. They've got it in the bag already. Most people to stand up as a people, basically, and refuse it.
A lot of it too hinges on the election in a couple of days' time. What happens in America?
Sorry.
A lot of it hinges on what happens in the American election on the 3rd of November.
Vaccinations in April in UK hinge on the American election in 3 days, 2 weeks' time.
some
How
of
do
it,
you want that?
some of it will hinge on the results of the American election on the 3rd of November. Because there's more to the COVID-19 vaccine than the public generally knows.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree, but it's not. Why does it hinge on the American election? It's got nothing to do with the American election.
It has everything to do with the American elections, my friend. It depends on who wins the election.
Okay, you've lost me there, but anyway.
All
Well,
right.
that's
Perhaps
gonna be
we
for
can
another
debate
show.
that. We can debate that sometime, Nelly.
That's
Okay,
gonna be
we
for
can
another
debate that.
show. Have you got any last questions? Anybody?
Can I just say, I thought there was a statement that we could use, and if you have to ask, has it got? I can't remember what it is. Something or other in the vaccine, which is it not stem cells or something cells?
I'm familiar with that. I don't remember the actual wording myself,
So if we
but I'm
say
familiar
that,
with the idea.
so
Yes.
if we say that to the doctor, we reserve the right to take the vaccine, right?
Yes, but if things get really nasty and they decide that you're going to have the vaccine, the same way they've stripped you of your human rights, they'll just administer the vaccine without your consent. Things are actually at that stage. And this is why I made a statement earlier to Nelly about the American elections, because whatever happens in America on the 3rd of November is going to impact what is going to happen here with the vaccine. But that's a political discussion, all right?
We'll have to have another show for you for that, Vasco.
That's the 3-hour show you're talking about, is it?
You'll have to do a special.
Okay, many thanks, Auntie Jean, yes.
Okay.
Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thanks for the time, and I'm certain we'll speak again.
Okay, thank you very much, Elder Vasco.
Okay, everyone,
Thank
have a
you.
good evening.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Okay. And without further ado, we're going to move on to our next presentation. Ra Alkaline. And Ra Alkaline is a alkaline healer, and he's going to be talking about the importance of alkaline in your body. So Ra Alkaline, the screen is now yours, and welcome. I see you're connecting. You through? You connecting? You're not connecting yet? I see you're having a little bit of problems. Because we can't hear you just as yet. Okay. Have you tried do a test on your speaker? Do a test on your speaker and connect up to your, that's it. You there? No. Do a test on your speaker, where you see the microphone, and click on the microphone to join by device. No luck? I have to go out and come back in. Okay. Has anybody got any other thoughts while we're waiting for Russ Alkaline to connect about Elder Vasco Stevenson's presentation?
I believe, Jean, I believe that it's connected to the politics in America. I believe that.
Oh, definitely. I see, Firestead, you had your hand up. Do you have a question? Firestead? Or was that a mistake?
Can't hear you. Can't hear you.
Your volume? Firestead? Are you unmuted? You're unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Oh, can hear you now. Are you coming through Eva?
Yeah. I gotta try something else. I gotta try something.
Okay. Well, that's our tenacity all the way until we get what we want.
That's right. Can't
Brilliant.
give up. We don't never give up.
We cannot give up. We cannot give up.
One
That's cool.
thing Vasco said was totally correct.
Yes.
Trump said if he wins the election, there will not be no vaccine in America. And he said that 2 days ago.
Right. That's America, but hopefully it will spread.
No, well, anything America does, the world follows.
That's true.
You don't know. So he is totally against the vaccine business. At the moment, I don't know if when he wins it change, but right now, that's what he's saying.
Yeah.
You know? Anyway, my people, blessed.
Can we
Alkaline
see
here.
you? Is it possible to see you?
This is Ras Alkaline speaking.
Yes, even though we listen with our ears and not with our eyes, but
I am trying.
still.
I'm trying.
Okay.
Can you see me now?
Yeah. Yeah.
But my audio is coming from Eva.
Yes.
So
I'm
my
going to
picture
change
is
your
there.
name.
Yeah.
I'm going to change your name. Okay, somebody just got up. Okay.
Can you see me now?
I can see you via your phone, but I can't see you via Eva's.
Can I speak? Can you hear me though?
Yes, we can hear you, so you might as well just carry on.
Okay.
We are
yeah.
at the time.
Yes, my family, blessed tonight. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Yes, brother. Yes.
To voice a few thoughts on health and how to protect ourselves. This virus, what they're talking about, is political, as we all know by now. It is not a virus from the Almighty. It is made in a laboratory. And who don't know that by now must be sleeping. This is the only thing that's got its own brain. It knows when to attack, what time to attack, who to attack, what family to attack. You know, it's got its own thinking, its own brain. I never seen nothing like this in my entire life. That's why we know this is not real. This is man-made and is made to control us. Now, after saying that, we have to think about the sort of food we're eating and the vibration we're on. Just like the last speaker said, we need to increase our vibration. We need to increase the way we're thinking, our spirituality. We need to start eating the right food to increase our vibration in this time. Right now, a lot of people are dying, and they're dying because they're not healthy. That's the only reason why they're dying. They've got underlying problem, just like the last speaker said. And it's a fact. Even they tells you the majority of people is dying are over 84 years of age. And that's also a fact. So all what's going on is scaremongering. They're frightening the people to death. And the people are scared. You can see that in certain areas where people are walking with masks on. Even a couple of days ago, I see a little child, can't be more than maybe 5, 6, got a mask on her face. Now that is killing that child. Because, you know, it's so disturbing when you see these things. You see people in their cars by themselves and they've got a mask on. It's really disturbing. So when you're under this sort of pressure, where the government has used psychological pressure to pressure the people, remember, they've got all the tools in their hands. They've got the best brains how to break down a society. And that's what they're doing. They're breaking down the society. The question I ask myself is, what is the game? Why do they want to completely destroy the country? That's what they're doing. The economy is down the drain. They're predicting 1 to 2 million people out of work by the end of this month. Why? I can't get it. I don't understand it. This is a new world order. It's a reset. But what's going on now? But as Black people, we have been on the cush for a long time. We know pain. We have gone through pain all our life. Can you see me still?
I can see you via your phone, but not via the device we can hear you from.
Okay, so you can hear me. Yeah, we have been on the cush for a long time. So we know about situation of under pressure, but this pressure is mental. It's literally chipping away at the population of this country. And it's all over the world. Right now, and Monday was Heroes Day in Jamaica. And they bought in 3 o'clock, you had to come off the street, 3 o'clock day.
That's ridiculous.
That's mental torture. Heroes Day is the day when we're celebrating our heroes in our country. But not even that was allowed. This is what we're talking about. It doesn't matter what part of the world you're in. The attack is on. It's everywhere. So for us, as for me, I drink my alkaline tonic every single day because I know it doesn't matter what's happening, I have to protect my body. I don't want no bacteria, virus, or whatsoever they want to call it to attack me. So I've got to keep my immune system high at all times. It is vital our immune system is high because this is what it's all about. We have got to eat the right food, 80% alkaline, 20% acid. We can't just drink water from the tap no more. We have to alkaline our water. If you're going to drink water and you haven't got no bottled water, which is over 7 pH, put a bit of lime or lemon in the water and drink that way. This is what's going on now. We've got to protect ourselves at all costs. All those people who's eating meat, this is the time for you to stop, because eating meat, it is not a part of your energy level, because what that is doing is putting acid in your body. And this is the time you have to take acid out and starch out of your body. Your body have to be top, top, top. Your mind have to be top, top, top. This is where it's at for us now. We have got to be eating the right food at all times. We've got to be drinking the right things at all times. This is where it's at. This is no joke now, people. Family and friends out there, everywhere, anywhere you are, you've got to take control of your health. Your food has got to be your medicine. Your medicine has got to be your food. That is what it's all about now. Yes, we Black people are going through a lot of stuff for a long time because we have been eating the food of the Europeans. We've not been eating our own food. And remember this, in the old days, every month, you used to get a washout. In this time, they call it a detox. And the reason why people used to do that is because they know the food was rubbish, but they never had a choice because they were poor and they had to eat those sort of food. But what they did do, they make sure their children had a washout. I used to have a washout every month without no fail. And that is a balance what we need. People in this day and age don't even do these things no more. Our body is bulletproof, but you got to follow the rules. The rules got to be followed. If you follow the rules and regulation the way your body works, you are bulletproof. But if we are going to continue eating the rubbish and behaving the way we are behaving, we're hurting our own self, you know? And that is really a fact of the matter. And in this time, the way we are going, a lot of people is going to die, I'm afraid to say. If you look around us and look in our community, you see a lot of people well overweight. In fact, bordering on the obese. And another thing we do, a lot of our people is drinking a lot of drinks now. Drinking is not the key. Drinking is acidic. It's acid. We need to cut that down. Some people thought, oh, a bottle of wine is not. No, even wine is full of acid. We need to take control of our life, take control of our destiny. Let's bring it back in our hand, you know? Don't give it away. My people, this is serious time. It takes for serious movements. You can't say you don't want to heat this, or you don't want to heat that because you don't like it. Come on, let's stop that. That's childish. We're eating to live. Our life depends on it. Your children, what you have, depends on what you give them to eat. If you look around here, these children, straight from school, straight to a chip shop, chicken and chips, acid, starch. And then they're going to drink a Pepsi Cola or some form of canned drink, another acid, you know? So this is what we're talking about. So family, let's get control of our life. Let's get control of our mind, because this war is about your mind as well. Bob Marley sing about it all those years ago. Rastaman talk about it all those years ago. We as Black people, what we are seeing now is the end of Babylon as we know it. This is the fall of Babylon as we know it. So who knows, knows. But who don't know is crying. I'm not crying. I'm really not crying, because I can see this system has enslaved my people. This system has taken away everything we have got. This system has done nothing for us. We are seeing the end of this system. So let's don't cry about it. In my world where I'm living, I'm rejoicing, because I do want to see Babylon fall. I do want to see the system breaking down. Unfortunately, I'm here. But we are here for a reason. All of us is in Britain. We are here for a reason. We are the chosen one to see this. That's the way I'm looking at it. I'm not looking at it on the negative side. I'm looking at it as a positive side. And that is why when the doctor talk about meditation, raising our vibration, it's so important. It is so important, because those two things will help you. Because the more you raise your vibration, the more you can't be touched. Believe. I know it might sound ridiculous to some people, but you can be invisible in this same society. You can't be touched in this society because your vibration is so high that they can't see you, they can't touch you, they can't trouble you in this same society. You know? So the more you take control of what you heat, to bring your vibration up, to bring your consciousness up, is the most chance you have to survive. But if you're gonna go on crying about it and listening to the narrative day out and day in, all you're trying is weaken your mind, weaken your willpower, weaken you to get you to think the way they want to think you to think. But if your power and your energy is on a different level, they can never weaken you, because you're seeing through the nonsense what they're pushing. You know?
So what can we do to help ourselves? I mean, yes, stop eating the red meat, the chicken. What else can we do? I mean, you have a tonic, don't you?
I do. And that tonic absolutely helps. Go on, sorry.
Sorry, no. You said you have a tonic that will actually help once you're ready to sort of like make steps to change your diet, to help to build up your immune system. I mean, you have a classic tonic that can also work alongside that. If you can tell
Definitely.
us about your tonic.
Because this is what's about, my people. They say this virus attacks your blood cells. It attacks you in such a way it takes oxygen out of your body. A lot of people die because when it attacks you, if you are pretty fit and your immune system is strong, it attacks your nose and your chest. But if it goes down into your lungs, that is when you have problems, because it builds up of mucus so fast. That's what we know this is not real. It builds up the mucus so fast that your lungs is full of mucus. When your lungs become full of mucus, you cannot breathe, and that is what kills you. In my experience, I've never seen mucus built up so quick within a body. And the things about this ventilation, that is really not helping you to survive that. Can you think of somebody, you got a deep cold, like influenza first start, right? And somebody's taking a cold fan and put it on you. You're gonna feel even worse. So that is what's happening to people. That's why people are dying, because they're actually killing them. And it is so simple. If any one of you out there think you've got this virus or whatever they want to call it, and you start using lemon, ginger, garlic, you know, and even if you steam in yourself and steam over a steaming pot to get it out, to open your airwaves. The key is to open your airwaves to start breathing again. The minute you can breathe, you cannot die. But it's not going that way. A lot of they are going on the other way. It's like they're deliberately killing people. They're deliberately, when you go to hospital, I don't think you got many chance to come back out. A lot of people really go to hospital and never comes back out. I don't want to frighten the people. But if you look at the statistics, that's what it's saying. So you can actually live and help your own self by the way you continue and deal with the same problem. You can do it yourself at your house, your home, you know?
What other ways can we alkaline our body?
Okay. I'm going to take you about myself firstly.
Okay.
The electric alkaline tonic, it literally cleans your body. It cleans mucus out of you. It takes inflammation out of your body. It increases oxygen in your blood, which is so important. It increases oxygen in your blood. So therefore, even if you catch a little cold, a little flu or something like that, it can't affect you. A lot of people might not be able to get my alkaline tonic. So you know what I'm saying now. If you wake up in the morning and you put a bit of lime or lemon in a cup with some hot water, that is alkaline in your body straight away. Your body, when you wake up and you drink something like that, it wakes you up. It tells in your body, I'm awake now, I'm alive, and I'm ready to go. That's what it does. So your body's come out of a sleep situation and it's come into a liberty situation. So by doing those simple things, you're alkalining yourself. By cutting out the meat, cutting out acid out your body, out your diet, and starch out your diet. So white flour, you got to cut that out. Replace it with spelt flour. Sugar, whether it's brown sugar, white sugar, or whatsoever, you don't need sugar in your body no more, because sugar is also acidic. So we need to get rid of that. Also, the salt we were using, you got to be using mountain salt, sea salt, because if you use a table salt, that's acidic also. You need salt with nutrients and minerals in it. So what we are trying to do is put nutrients and minerals in our body. We are trying to alkaline our body in such a way that your immune system is increased. Therefore, you as a person is so very much harder to be affected by a cold or a virus or whatever they want to call it. You're immune in yourself. So by cutting out these food and replacing it with things like what I've just said, if some people like sweet things, they can buy some algae. You can buy that. You can also buy date syrup. That is sweet. It's got no acid or starch in it. You can also buy coconut sugar, also alkaline. So for the ones who like sweet, there's 3 different things there we can actually use instead of using sugar. As for the flour, like I said, white flour, you got to cut that out. The potatoes, white potatoes, you got to cut that out. Definitely got to cut that out. Certain vegetables, what they've got, like the lettuce, iceberg lettuce, that is not real lettuce. That's GM. You got to cut that out. Replace with baby gem or Ramon, or those old-fashioned, you know, the old-fashioned tartar lettuce with the green lettuce. Those things you can use now instead of using the other ones. So these are the things that have to be replacing what you normally are using with these sort of food. Even when you get your vegetables, you got to wash your vegetables now in bio, carbon. When you get your vegetables, because there's so much pesticides on it, you can't just wash it ordinary. You got to really wash it properly, because that's what's happening. We are using so much, they're using so much pesticide in the food now. It's really damaging us too. Also, you know, when we're talking about our daily health, like our teeth, brushing our teeth, just like someone says, you know, there's a chew stick. Have you heard of that, people? Chew stick? That is a great thing, because it not only cleans the teeth, it also bacteria, kills all the bacteria in you. And all that bacteria is helping you alkaline. All these small little things, little by little, is helping you to be more stronger, increasing your immune system. These are the small little things that helps. You know, I'm not saying people out there all of a sudden stop what you're doing, what you've done for years, straight away, overnight. What I'm saying, right now, you've got to get serious about your health. And the only way we can get serious about our health is by slowly changing, especially your children. If you start teaching the children from a young age, they'll grow up, you know.
You just got about, sorry to cut you, just got just less than 10 minutes left.
Oh, wow. Okay, yes. If you start teaching the children from a young age, you know, they'll grow up being healthier and smarter. Being alkaline is literally increasing your mind, because it's taking acid out of your head. Because believe me, acid goes in your head too. It goes in your ears. It goes in your eyes. You know, it's not only in your legs and your joints. It's all over your body. It is serious and hurtful. A lot of women catch it in things like fibroids in their belly, growth in their belly. That's all about the acid. You know, these things are serious. So we as a set of people, we have to learn not to take things just like that. We have to learn that we have to take control of our own destiny. We have to control our life in a different way. Yes, brother Fire. Blessed. That's what we're saying. We need to control our destiny. Our destiny is in our hands. Don't give it to them. Our health is in our hands. Don't give it to them. Don't even give it to Alkaline. Don't give it to nobody. It is really important. You, my people out there, take control of your own health. When you go to the doctor, if you do go to the doctor, don't just take it, everything he's saying. Ask him, what is the side effects, doctor, if you give me this? If you give me this, will this help me? Or would it hinder me? Before, we used to just take the doctor word for it. Now we don't know more. I haven't been to a doctor for over 10 years. I can't remember that, more than that. Because I'm alkaline. I've alkaline my body. And I'm telling you this, it makes you smarter, makes you younger, makes you stronger, and you feel healthy. It really does work. It's not a game. This is serious. Stick to the rules, my brothers and sisters. Stick to the rules of health. It helps. The mindset of our people is damaged by the food we're eating. There's so much of our people out there. They talk the talk, but they never walk the walk. I forgive them because I'm not alkaline. Before, I was angry with a lot of people, but I'm not angry no more. And the reason I'm not hungry no more is because I understand they're in pain. And when you're in pain, you do foolish things. There's people in our community going on like they're a part of our community. They love the community. Ask them, what have you done for your community then? What did you do for your community?
Yeah.
Yet they're talking the talk and walking the walk. That's what we're talking about. Polarity, upside down thinking.
Would you
It's
like
all
to
the
answer some questions? Can we open up the floor for questions?
I'm ready.
Okay. Has anybody got any questions?
Yes. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. I'm listening from Jamaica. My name is Carl Wilson.
Greetings, Carl.
Greetings, my brother.
Yes. All right.
Yes, carry on. You have your
continue.
question?
My question is, I'm cousins of Dr. Oliver and his partner in Jamaica.
Okay.
So I'm just, I was told to, participate or come and listen into the meeting. So I just got in. So I just thought that I had to go through New York to get in. So,
oh, wow.
I'm long distance, but I'm enjoying it. It's like I haven't heard anything yet. I just heard the gentleman like 30 seconds ago.
Okay.
So I am just listening in. That's all. All right. I'll continue.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. And thank you for your perseverance. You got in.
Blessed, my brother. This is Ras Alkaline. I am your cousin partner. When he's in London,
yes, I've heard a lot about you, Ras Alkaline.
Yes, my brother. Respect, my friend.
Yes.
Yes.
Some
I'm
great
just
things
talking
about to happen.
Sorry, go on.
I said some great things are happening here in Jamaica with the Ethiopian Zion Coptic Church. We have access to a lot of lands for people that want to invest and people that want to basically be a part of the farming and all that in Jamaica. So we've got a lot of lands. We just need participants and people that want to access farming and building and doing, renewable energy and all that kind of activity.
So can I ask a question?
I don't want to. Pardon me?
No, I'm just Auntie Jean, can I have a question for our Ras Alkaline?
Yes, just one sec. Just let the brother finish saying what he's saying, and then yes. Sorry, continue.
That's all. Go ahead. Continue. I don't want to disturb the meeting.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. What you said your name was again?
Nelly.
Carl Wilson. Karl Wilson. Wilson.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes. Who was asking the question?
Yeah, me. Ras Alkaline, were you selling your stuff, toothpaste and bottled drink at the 1st of August in Brixton?
No, here what happens.
Were you selling? So were you selling you sold the bottles of the tonic and the toothpaste you were selling there, yeah?
Yes, but what happens? Me and my friend, Steve, we work together. And he's right there, he's there. We work together. So one part of the stall is for the inside, which is my stuff. And the other part of the stall is from the outside, which is Firesteed stuff. So we congregate together. And most of the places we are always working together. So sometimes when you see me, you see him. So yes, I was there and it was a great day. It was fantastic.
So do you have a base where people can get stuff from, or you do travel around?
Wait,
or do shows?
Yeah. What happens? We have got something like about 20 odd shops right across London who stocks our stuff. And what we do, we go around and promote each of the places who stocks our stuff. You know?
Yeah.
So when Dr. Oliver comes, which is next week, we'll be going around London promoting workshops. Also, when it comes to health, we are very passionate about health. So yes, you can get my stuff at Safika in Upper Broccoli Road, Broccoli. You can get my stuff at
you can put it in the chat. Is it possible to put it in the chat?
Yeah, you can put it in the chat. And furthermore, you can look at my website. It's called Last One Standing, one word, .org.uk.
Okay.
You know? And we've got places West London, North London, South London, East London. And so what's happening, my brother?
Lastonestanding.com, yeah?
.org. .org
UK.
.org.uk.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
you know,
.org.uk. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, like I'm saying, what's happening, my brother?
There's somebody's asked about was it the orange? No, sorry, lemon and lime in your water on a daily basis. What happens to your teeth? Because you know, it's even though it's alkaline to your stomach, but it's still acid to your teeth, isn't it?
Sometimes, but yeah, it is. But that's why I've also added that you can have shoe stick, and that is actually alkaline too. And it not only do it cleans the teeth and kills the bacteria and antiseptic and all sorts of things, you know. So people, you can start trying that. That is absolutely wonderful as well. Try it.
And somebody's made a comment about, what about Guinness?
As a drink?
Yeah.
Full of acid. Totally full of acid. It's a lie. When they're talking about Guinness is good for you, it's not good for you at all. It's not true. It's full of acid. There's nothing about it. I remember when I was years ago, we used to make punch with Guinness, and we're thinking, oh, it's healthy. It's not. Those things were false. Those false token and false dawn. We didn't know and didn't understand. Now we understand.
Apparently it's got pig in it as well.
Use. Of course it has. It's disgusting.
Pig fat.
Yeah, blood.
Okay, then. Is there any last questions? Anybody else got any last questions? Let me see if there's anything else in the chat. Nothing I can see. Apart from, was it meditation?
Yes.
Yes, so that because Elder Vasco mentioned meditation as well, which is good.
The right thing, because we need to inline ourselves. We're under pressure. Everywhere you go, we are under pressure. Even the ones who are working right now, working under pressure. Some can go into work, some can't go into work. Sometimes you can go into work. Sometimes it's really, we have been chipping away at our psyche. Our psyche is down. That is why it's so important to alkaline yourself.
That's
Give
true.
yourself a different energy.
True.
Because we're under attack. And like I'm saying, my people out there, we are seeing Babylon falling in front of us.
Yeah.
We are the generation that's seeing this.
To introduce oregano oil and mullein oil for protection against COVID and to boost your immune system.
Yes.
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree.
All right.
There's so much other things we can use. You can actually use Irish moss, sea moss. Sea moss is a powerful food, antioxidant. It's good for your body, good for your immune system, increase your immune system. Brilliant stuff, you know? And these are the things we used to have as children growing up.
Yeah.
Let's go back, my people. Let's go back to what it was.
That's what
Let's turn away from the nonsense now. Let's go back. That's what my research, I went right back to Africa before the European came. Did you know also cassava is not an African food? That was made by the Portuguese and given to us and force us to plant it instead of our own natural foods? A lot of our African eat that food like it's a part of their diet it's never been a part of our diet. It was forced onto us. And there's so much things, but that's a different program. But what I'm saying, we're so careful of the things that is put into us, and we're saying it's a part of our thing. It's not a part of our thing. There's so much things we're doing. There's nothing to do with us.
True. And what you said is right. We do have to Sankofa back to the original foods, the simple foods, and move away from the processed stuff and all the GMs. So yes, Russ Alkaline. Have you got any last words? I mean, I know that I've got some of your bottles. Well, I've only got 3 left, would you believe?
Whoa! Sorry.
Tomorrow I'll only have 1, so I need to see you.
You gotta see me. Fantastic. That's what we're talking about. You know, family. When people understand about the quality and what the thing does for you, people rejuvenate towards it because we're helping the community. That's what we're here for. I'm not here for only myself, you know. I love my community. Money do not run my life.
Okay, thank you.
People who knows me understands that.
Yeah.
I am bigger than that. I am more than that.
That's
yes,
excellent.
we all have to eat, but we don't have to stand up on our own people's neck.
Okay.
We all have to survive, but we don't have to beat one another to survive.
That is
Let's
so
work
true.
together.
Okay. I'm gonna have to stop you there now.
No, wait a minute. One thing more. I want to explain to the people.
Quick.
The greatest emotion we have is our love. The one emotion they're trying to take away from us is love. That is why they want to separate us. In same household, you can't talk, you can't do this. It's separation. But you see that emotion called love. Wow. You have that in your heart. You cannot be stopped. And you can go anywhere. And people give you the respect that's due. And that is what it's all about for people. Please try to deal with the love part of life and forgive your own brothers and sisters because a lot of them don't even know what they're doing. They're in pain.
True. Thank you. Thank you so much. Absolutely brilliant. So we put in the chat where you can get the Alkaline's tonic to alkaline your body. And also I am a supplier now as well. So you can get in contact with me or get in contact with Russ Alkaline or one of the outlets that he has. Okay. Russ Alkaline, thank you very much.
Thank you. Where are you based?
I'm based in Southeast.
Southeast, okay.
Yeah.
And we've got shops in West London, North London, South, everywhere, all over the place now. Like I'm saying, the word is getting out there and people understanding because it's the time our health is our wealth. You know, we hear this cliche all the time, but it's serious.
Always.
So, you know, my brothers and sisters out there, let's take serious and just get our health together. Don't rely on nobody, not even Russ Alkaline. Don't rely on me, rely on yourself. This is what life is all about. You know, each one teach one. And the love we are deal with all the way, non-stop.
Shooting. Thank you very much. And without further ado, thank you. Without further ado, we're going to be moving on to, let me just fix this thing now. We're going to move on to our next presentation, and we have Galactic Clyde, who's astrology and a health star chart reading. He does health star chart reading, and his presentation is on astrological. I can never say that word.
Astrological.
Thank you. Facts around health and well-being. So Galactic Clyde, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. Just a sec.
Okay.
Let me just have to. Oh, we can't hear you now.
I could hear you. I wasn't.
You're We can't hear you. Speak again. What does that mean? Speak again. Galactic Clyde. Okay. Can't, let me see if you've gone there or if you're still there. Galactic Clyde. I'm trying to get this off as well. I'm trying to look for you, but I can't think I find you. I think you've, I think we've lost Galactic Clyde. I think he's dropped out. I'm actually looking. Done. But I can't see him at all. So, okay, Russ Alkaline. Russ Alkaline. He's gone off the thing as well. Okay. And I don't know if Sister Kandake, are you in the house? Oh, I can't hear you. The sound's gone.
I can hear everybody.
Sorry.
I can still hear everyone.
Oh, you can still hear. Okay. While I think Clyde has actually fallen out. So while he's trying to get back in, could you name the outlets where you sell the your tonic?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Auntie Jean.
Yes.
Is one.
Oh,
So it's Afrika in Upper Brockley Road. It's a fantastic herbal shop. It's got everything in there. And it's one of the brothers. Go and support it. Support the black businesses. Also, you can get it at Dada's, which is in Brixton, in Brixton, in the market underneath the bridge. He's been there for ages. He sells herbs from Jamaica, all type of herbs. Everything you want, you can get it there. You can also get it Minis, 143 Norwood Road. That's in front of Brockwell Park. You can't miss it, underneath, just underneath the bridge on the left-hand side. You can get it there. You can get it also in Brixton Market, Brixton Village. It's a shop called Caribbean and Latin grocery shop. You can get it at Winters, also in Upton Lane. You can get it Skellion in Upton Lane, further around. You can get it at Soul Pharmacy in Leytonstone, I Road, Leytonstone, Thatched House.
Are you anywhere near like? Are you anywhere like NW10, Cricklewood, NW Willesden, Harlesden?
Yes, we have just got a place there. It's
Where?
called Ank Wellbeing Center.
Yeah.
And I think the address, let me get the address. I think the address is
where is that? Is that Harlesden, Willesden?
Yeah, 221 I Road, Willesden.
Okay. Is it near the library, kind of? Do you know?
Yeah, somewhere near the one way. We're gonna stock it. We've just got that place. You know, we're gonna stock it by Wellbeing Center. We'll be stocking that by no later than Friday. Our stuff will be in that shop.
Oh, brilliant. Okay.
We also have Tree of Life that is in West Green Road, North London. We also have 344 Lordship Lane that is in North London also. We've got Drumbeat in Leighton High Road near the Midland Station. We've got
so Russ, is it just the drink there, or do you sell other products you're selling there?
No, I sell loads of product. I'm also herbalist. I'm an herbal
So
doctor.
all the products are at your...
I sell CBD oil. I sell CBD oil. I sell all sorts of stuff, my friend.
So all the products are at these. All the products. I mean, say the new place that you've opened. Do you have all your products there, or is it just a few?
Yes, it will be there.
Okay.
No, the products will be there, but certain things I have, I cannot. I don't want to sell it on the shelf. Like I've got the eye drops, which you have to phone me and get that personally from me. The CBD oils, you have to get.
What's that for? Does that help you to see through walls?
No, what it does, it helps you to stop wearing glasses.
Okay.
And there's somebody right there who stopped wearing glasses. I see her.
It looks like shades, but it's not shades.
Talk to the people for me, please.
Yeah. So quickly, I think that Clyde's come in. I don't know if he's pulled that out, but yes, I've used the eye drops. I've finished my course. It was a 3-week course, and halfway through using doing the course, I was saying to both Russ, Alkaline, and Dr. Aubrey that when I wear my glasses, everything is like twice as big than what it is. So they were saying that I shouldn't be wearing my glasses because I'm putting my eyesight back. So I dug up what I had, which is a pinhole glasses. So if I did need any assistance to use that. I've been using my glasses even more and more now because I'm sitting in front of the computer, because I use my glasses for reading and the computer. And as you can see, I'm not wearing my glasses. And from the time I've been doing the Zooms, I've been wearing glasses up until a month ago. So if there is any fine print or anything, I use these glasses here. And you can see they've got the fine holes. But no, I haven't worn my glasses for over a month now. So you can check that as well. But if you go to YouTube and you see the footage that I've done for the Garvey Village and also the African Culture Market, you can see I started up wearing glasses, constantly wearing glasses. But the last month's video footage, I'm not wearing any glasses.
The reason why those pinhole glasses work like that, like Auntie Jean is saying, is because behind your eyes, that's where your muscles are, that's the rectum. And that's where the muscles is. The pinhole glasses, what she's wearing there, is helping your muscle work again. Because what happened, when you use the glasses, it weakens the muscles. That is why people over years and years, their glasses become thicker and thicker, because they're not using their muscles. So it becomes weaker and weaker. Okay. So what the drop actually does, it cleans and cleanses. It takes mucus out of your eyes and inflammation. Also, any little grainage, because England is a very dirty place. Mm-hmm. So your eye become dirty and polluted. So that's what it does, it cleanses. And those are coming from our ancestors. These drops are coming from our ancestors. These are old technology.
He's going to have to make an appointment to come and see you about that, because Galactic Clyde has come back into the room, so to speak. So I'll say thank you very much, Alkaline, for your presentation. And looking forward to seeing you soon.
Thank you, family. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And without further ado, Galactic Clyde, are you ready? You unmute yourself because you're muted.
Yes, I'm ready. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. So if you'd like to go. Okay, if you'd like to go straight on to it now, then the screen is now yours.
Okay, great. Okay, today I want to talk about astrology. and its connection to health. Because sometimes when people hear about astrology, they may think it's far out, you know, you're way out there in the planets and there's no interconnection with health and with our life. But astrology is a very ancient science or mystic system, and astrology itself covers all aspects of life. In the word astrology means the study, the study of the stars, or star study, or astro means star, and astrology means the study of, yeah. So how does that connect with health and what we're dealing with? Back in the 90s, I started to study astrology. Somewhere mid-90s, around there, I started to study astrology because I realized it was very much an important part of our connection in understanding ourselves and life in general. I remember watching the movie They Live. And the movie They Live talks about the Great Conjunction, those who may watch the movie. Mm-hmm. And the Great Conjunction that they were referring to, even though they didn't explain it, I knew it had to do with some major changes, which we're right now in. And that is the 26,000 year cycle that we're in, which is the greatest cycle in the terms of the cycle of what they call the equinox of the gods. We're in that cycle now. We're at the top of the hour. By all studies, science, both the Mayan astrology, the NASA, and the studies that we have, we know that we have traversed time 26,000 years. What does have to do with now and what we're dealing with? We've come to the top of the hour. We are the capstone. We that are alive now are the capstone of the pyramid of the ages, and spiraling to another dimension or another 26,000 years. The Mayan code the system of 26,000 years into 5 period of 5,125 years, 26 years, something like that. And so they already said that this is the capstone of the 5 cycles of that divide the 26,000 years. So we're at the end of the cycle in that sense. Hence some of the issues that we're dealing with. Yeah. And how does that connect with health? We know that in terms of health and healing, you know, everybody hear about vitamin, minerals, and things like that. Let's look at the word vitamin. The word vitamin, the word vitamin came around 1912 or somewhere around there. And it means vita and min, or amino acid, or life minerals. That's what the word vitamin come from. We know that all the so-called vitamin actually, or before the whole concept of vitamin, we had in ancient time, or before that, we had planetary influence in terms of herbs. Leave that, please. Yeah. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah. So we know prior to that, we had what is called planetary influence in connection to our world we live in. The ancient says, as above, so below, as within, so without. That's one of the major understanding how we can understand the importance of our health and healing. Because whatever is inside of us is also outside of us. Whatever is above us is also below us. So the ancients said that the planets are actually plants. The plants are planets in plant form. Yes, our organs are actually connected with the plant world. Whatever is within is also without. And these are very important information for us to understand. And so this is why we will go to nature for our healing. We wouldn't go for what they call it, the plant, or the man-made plant, or industrial plant as they call them, because that's a synthetic nature of what is called the plant world. So they set up the industrial plants, you know, in order to take us away from, you know, going back to nature or going back to the forest or natural way of health and healing. So it's very important for us to understand that. Now, all the vitamins and minerals, we know we can list them in connection to planetary influence. Like they tell you, vitamin D, vitamin A, connected with the sun. Yes, and we could talk about vitamin B1, connect with Mercury, and we could go down the line of all the vitamins and minerals connected with the planets. We also know that even our elements, such as Mercury, connect with the planet Mercury. We know that tin is connected with Jupiter. We know that lead is connected with Saturn. So it's all interlinked, and it's the same thing with the plants in that sense, because the plants take in the frequency of the planets. So we look at the kingdoms, the 4 kingdoms of the world, as we say, the animal kingdom, the plant kingdom, the mineral, and then we as human. Yes, we know that the animal kingdom relies on the low level for other animals for food. But we know part of the animal kingdom relies on plants also or for food. So we know that the animals, from research, the animals that eat plants have long intestines, and the animals that eat meat have short intestines. And I coined this phrase that even a dog, when he's sick, instantly becomes a vegetarian because he goes and eats grass. The cat does that as well to clean out their tummy, because most time when they deal with any issues, it's some putrefaction of the meat rotting in the system. They need to get rid of it fast so they could come back to health. And so when people quarrel about or talking about should they be a vegetarian, I said, we're all vegetarian. Some are first class and some are second and third class, because most people who consider themselves vegetarian, who consider themselves not vegetarian, are eating vegetarian animals. So somewhere along the line, you're vegetarian in a different class. Yes. And so we're recommending that people look up the ante in terms of class, in terms of food, and in terms of the dietary system, because most people think about when it comes on to different herbs that you can't get what they call it, certain minerals and nutrients enough from herbs that you can get from certain plants. Well, there's a plant here, and I wouldn't go into a lot of plants here or herbs, but I'll talk about one which is called the alfalfa. This is a plant that is or herb that is the name coming from the Arabs, because the Arabs use the alfalfa. They call it alfalfa, mean father of all food, because it got so much things in there. I could just list you what do you call it? Let me just put on my glasses just to explain this 3 things. And I need to get some of the glasses thing, that thing. But it talks about calcium, yeah? Twice as much calcium as an ordinary glass of milk. That's the alfalfa, yeah? Almost as much protein as 1 hamburger. Nearly the amount of iron as 2 ounces of liver. Enough vitamin B complex for most jittery nervous system. Plenty of enzyme for good metabolism and ingest fat. Sufficient fiber to lower high cholesterol. And that's just one plant I'm talking about, which is the alfalfa. The herbalists consider alfalfa so packed with so much vitamin and nutrients, they consider like a health shop in itself. So I want to talk about something here in connection. We're in a so-called planned pandemic. Yes, we know that we're in a planned pandemic. Yes, because of all the information and the research that we've gone through and see how it's been planned out. Yes, so I'm going to recommend that people do something. And the person I'm going to call for the forefront is Shaka Zulu. And then another person is Bruce Lee. Let's talk about Shaka Zulu. Shaka Zulu realized that according to, as far as the war was going on in South Africa, it was very important to break the long spear, meet the enemy head on, short spear, hand-to-hand combat. Bruce Lee, top of the line, hand-to-hand combat. Why? How does that work? How does that apply to health? Well, we're in a planned pandemic. So how can you use hand-to-hand combat in health? By fortifying your system. Don't wait till when you get sick to start taking herbs. Don't wait till when you get sick to start neutralizing and alkaline in your system. As the brother Alkaline says, alkaline your body, because we know that the balance of health is acid and alkaline, and you need more alkaline than acid in order to keep the system intact and balanced. Yeah, you need that. My daughter says she wants to. No, that is busy, please. That is busy. Shiki, Persephone, can you take name, please? Yeah, sorry. So what I'm saying, is that the hand-to-hand combat, it means that we shouldn't wait till when we get sick to be starting taking herb. Herb should be part of our everyday life. And because we're in a planned pandemic, we use the hand-to-hand combat. Don't use the long spear waiting when you're long drawn out to start fortifying your system. Start doing it now, every day, you know? Learn about different herbs that you should be taking on a long-term basis. Well, let's go back to astrology. We know that from an astrological standpoint, that the body represents 1 year. What am I talking about? The body represents a year in the spin of time in terms of astrology. In that it takes a year for the sun or the energy of the sun to get from the head to the feet, because the head in astrology represents Aries, the neck is Taurus, the shoulder is Gemini, the chest, breast is Cancer, the heart is Leo, all the way down to the feet, you get to Pisces. And you do that, we do that in the span of a year. We're talking about from March 21st back to March 21st. Yes, that's the cycle of the year, the astrological cycle. And while that is happening, the sun is going through the whole body and we renew the body in 1 year. We also know that we gain a complete new body in 7 years. Yes, so we know that astrology plays an important role in the data in connection with the body. Now, how that does apply to the plant kingdom? We know that we that are living in the colder climate, such as the UK and the USA and Russia, Germany, and all those where it's very cold, we know that a lot of plants die out during the winter. It's fall, winter. But we also know that something else is happening. There's lots of plants are still surviving. Case in point, rosemary. Case in point, the Christmas tree, the pine tree. Yes, what do they have that the other plants don't have that don't survive? Is they have an abundance of oil that keeps them, you know, overriding the death of winter, because winter represents death. Fall, winter, we're going into the fall and we're going into the death of nature in that sense. Fall of nature, then the death of nature, and then the rebirth in spring. So what's happening during the cycle of that? There's certain plants that doesn't succumb to that issues, such as losing the leaf or change in form during the whole year. And so this in terms of certain plants that have all the energy that survive the whole year. And so we talk about something like the pine tree produce the pine nut, which is good for the pineal gland because it's rich in pycnogenol. Yes, we know that the rosemary survive all year round and got very powerful oil in it that also helps with cold, flus, head cold, all of that. And you can use both the pine, the rosemary plant, and you can also use the pine need water, especially we live in the cold climate, to keep our body fortified during the winter or during the death of winter. Why we do that? Because they survive death of winter, and if we use the energy, we can also survive that. That's how the connection, as above, so below, as within, so without. Ancient teaching, astrology, the interconnection, everything is interconnected. Now you got a plant such as what they call the lackwort, which is Japanese plant. It grows right here in the UK. A lot of people use the wood of it to make walking stick. It does not dry down during the winter. It does not lose leaf during the winter. Yeah. And so the lackwort is also good for the whole body. So we have to start looking at, because one of the things about our health, sometimes we don't know what we're supposed to eat because there's a whole technology and all of these things going on that we don't understand. Well, astrology can help with a lot of that. But one of the things we can look at, things that grow right the year round is good for the whole body, because the whole body is also symbolic of the year. And so the lackwort is one, the pine, the rosemary, and there's lots more. Another one is the what we call it, the drumstick, which we call what's the other name for the drumstick plant? I can't remember it now. I'll come back to that. Okay. Moringa. Moringa is an all year round plant as well. Very good for the body. Got so much in it that really fortify and help the system. So we're in a pandemic, a planned pandemic. And so we have to start using our hand-to-hand combat or health-to-health combat, if you want to call it, whatever you want to call it, but really fortify the system, load up. Yeah, because what happens, we're in a system where they actually tell us they want to bring us down health-wise. And a lot of the foods that's been out there, fast food, the microwave, all of this is to bring our health down so that they can master us or they can have control of us. Because when we don't have our health intact, that's how they control us to the medical field and all these things that they're using so that they could get into our genes and genetics and all of these things. It's all a madness. But at the same time, we can override that. That's why the Rasta says, ital, vital. You know, Rasta says, cooked by the sun. It's all natural. But what's happening? We know that during this time, fall, winter, a lot of the crops, the virgin crops put forth their oil at this time. Because what happens, we that are living in the colder part of the country need to be more warm. And your heart is your boiler, your blood is part of your boiler system or the oil. And you need to have more oil in the body to fortify the body, to help us to override the cold climate. Yes, and so we always recommend people put more oil in their system because the oil does not freeze. Water freeze and the oil does not freeze. So you need the oil to create an antifreeze in the body to deal with the issues of the climate change that we're going. Even some parts of Africa, it's cold when we're in summer, they're in a colder time. So we also need to realize that, and it's important. Yeah. Okay, how much time I got so I could continue, Auntie Jean? Let me just, yeah?
You've got about 10 minutes.
Okay, great. Okay, so it's very important for us to understand that when it comes on to the foods of the body is even aligned according to the 12 signs of the zodiac. We have something in astrology we call the zodiac salt. And there are 12 zodiac salt, not 13, 12 zodiac salt that aligns with each sign, each one of our signs. Because some of us need more magnesium, some of us need more calcium, some of us need more silica, and all of these align according to the signs, the 12 signs of the zodiac. And there's a very good book on it written by Dr. Curry called the zodiac salt of salvation, and it goes into the importance of the different cell salt that the body needs, because each of us are born different times of the year. Some of us are born in the head, the time of the year, Aries. Some of us are born the time of the neck, Taurus. Some are born the time of the shoulder, Gemini, the chest, breast, all the way. And so it's different energies, different minerals that the body needs according to with that. Some people need more calcium because, like for cancer people, they may need more calcium, a different type of calcium than a Capricorn. Some people, like a Scorpio, deal with a lot more acid, so they may need more purging in terms of, because Scorpio is a fixed water sign and they hold on to things, so they may need to also look about certain cleansing. And so all of this comes on the doctrine of astrology and health. And it's not enough time to go into all the in-depth of that, but it's just important to pique the interest to let people know that astrology covers a lot of the changes and the important changes inside the body as well as outside, as within, so without, as above, so below. So let's talk about 2012. We know that 2012, a lot of things that happened in planetary wise. Case in point, major planet Saturn and Pluto conjunct in Capricorn. And I did a video document, you can find it on YouTube, Galactic Clyde on YouTube. I did a video document, talk about some that during 2012, during 2020, I did a video document 2 years before that and said it's going to be a total restructuring of the world, because I understand that. I understand it from the astrology, what that represents. Also, Pluto is the planet of transformation. It rules all the root herb, because Pluto is also the underworld. And so Pluto rules a lot of the root herb. And people, who, especially the elders, need to understand, just like nature, yeah, we go through the cycle from spring would represent the child, summer would represent the youth, fall would represent the young man and or young woman, and winter represents old age. And so we want to understand that during our old age, we need more the root food, because just like the root stabilize the tree during the winter, because during the winter, those plants that lose their leaf, the energy goes back into the root to sustain it and to help it to override the strong winds and all of that that comes to during fall, winter. And it's the same thing for the elders. They need more root herbs. They need to understand the nature of herbs, especially the root herbs, to help them to sustain, to help them to override the high altitude of old age and to keep them young and vigor. Case in point, there's a herb called Hoshuwu, yes? And the English name for it is 40. There's an Asian man who claimed to live over 256 years using this herb. Yes, you hear it right. You hear me right. 256 years on the herb 40 or Hoshuwu. The Chinese name for it is Hoshuwu. The English name is 40. You can do some research on it. Very powerful herb, packed full of a whole lot of things that the body needs. Yes, another very powerful herb as well. You talk about goat cola, which also they said if you're up there in the age of 80, it gives you the young vigor, the spring in your life, because it helps to reverse the aging. It helps with your circulation. It helps with your brain power. Not to talk about ginkgo, because I'm doing a ginkgo walk this weekend. I'm going to be taking people in the wild or somewhere along to actually pick the ginkgo seed. Ginkgo is very good for your circulation, very good for brain power. And I could go into a lot of other herbs such as ginseng, but very powerful, keep your body warm, gives you a lot of energy and help you up there. But I know my time is limited, so respect that. Astrology covers health and it's one and the same, it's interconnected. This is Galactic Clyde. Auntie Jean?
I didn't unmute myself. Thank you very much, Galactic Clyde. There is a few questions in the chat. I don't know if anybody else wants to ask a question, but I'll start asking the questions that people have put in the chat, which is how do you use laquat?
Laquat, yes, laquat, you use the leaf and the fruit. The fruit is actually a cross between the mango and apricot. But the leaf, they're all over this country. I'm seeing that. I've known a lot of them in there. The one thing about the leaf, when you pick it, there's a brown, like hairline at the back that you have to brush it off because it kind of scratch your throat. So that's the one thing that you got to do. The evergreen plant. So when you get the leaf, you just brush off the hairlines at the back, and then you could just boil it. It'd be interesting to know you put a green leaf in the pot to boil, and it turned oranges yellow. That's the
yes, I remember because I did one of the walks with you, and we got the fruit, and yes, it does taste like a little mango.
Yes,
and I made the
very
tea.
powerful. Good for also people suffering colon cancer, different aspect of cancer. Very good, packed with a whole lot of stuff. You know that it's not enough time to get into that, but it's very good for people to do some research. Actually, when I was researching the leaf, they said one leaf costs £1.
Wow.
But you don't got to be buying it online. Just you go in the wilds. If anybody coming on the herbal walk, I'll show them the laquat on Saturday. I'm having an herbal walk on Saturday.
Okay, we've asked, can you please? Sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead, have a question.
The herbal walk, is this a specific area that you grow in the herbs, or this is just in the wild of England?
It's right here in London. Yes, it's right here in London. It's not much of a wild, but it's an area that we go and we stay at the one place and we pick the ginkgo seed, and I'll show people the laquat. We can pick the laquat leaf as well, and I would also normally I give people the details on it. I'll send it to their WhatsApp, and so they'll have the details.
This grows naturally right there in those areas.
Right here in London.
And how about in the winter? Do they survive in the winter? You can find them there.
Something to understand.
You're breaking up, Clyde.
During this time is the best time to pick the ginkgo seed because, okay. Can you hear? Greetings.
Yeah, you're breaking up, but we can hear you now.
All right, go ahead. I think you're coming back. You just have to check your data.
Yeah, the ginkgo leaf is normally best to pick before September. From June onward to September is a good time to pick the ginkgo leaf. But the seed, which is not to recommend in the Western culture, but the Chinese been using the seed for umpteen years, and I'm sure Africa been using it.
That's
and
ginkgo biloba? That's ginkgo biloba?
Ginkgo biloba, yes, right here in London. I've been picking
Okay.
ginkgo over 20 years.
That's great. I didn't know that. I mean, you know, I'm
And
here
also
in
in the US and the USA as well. I can get you some, but it's not the best time for picking the ginkgo leaf because the leaf starts falling now because the energy is gone down to the root, but the seed is available. And I think that I don't know how to make the ginkgo oil, but it does have an oil. Actually, in the martial arts, the Chinese, in the martial arts, they plant the ginkgo tree outside the temple, and they will knock on the ginkgo tree before they go into the temple as a symbol of good luck.
the
Even
oil,
in weddings and in, yeah, go
the
ahead.
oil is good for what?
Well, the same thing where you get from the leaf and the seed you get with the oil as well, but it'll be more potent because oils are souls of the plant.
Okay.
But I have not able to start using the oil as yet.
Okay. So
and the seed does fossilize. The seed fossilizes as well. Gives you a whole lot of energy.
Good, good. I mean,
Chinese, they have something called the bird nest soup where they make with the ginkgo seed.
I give it to my patients. They basically, especially after strokes, I noticed that it does help them a lot. Ginkgo biloba.
Yeah, my question to you, doctor, is that I believe that the injection that they use, you know, when a patient is in the hospital and they have to turn them from bed sores and they give them an injection all the time, I suspect that that is a strong dose of ginkgo. I don't know if you can check that out for me, but I believe that is ginkgo.
I will.
Because
it has some ginkgo, but you know how they are. They have to put a lot of their chemicals in it to get the patent.
Right. Yes,
right.
So it's important for people to get the ginkgo leaf and the ginkgo seed.
Right.
There is a bit of a warning. Yeah, go ahead.
No, when they go into the hospital, certain things they should bring, like the grapeseed oil and all those kind of extracts to protect themselves. They could take those things to protect themselves from whatever viruses and bacteria that lingers in at the hospital. That you find at the hospital, like
yes.
So yeah, those oils are very important to take. Now I will recommend the ginkgo oil also.
Yes, I'm glad you talk about oil because especially in COVID, because a lot of people are not allowed in the hospital. Normally when somebody's in the hospital, I said, don't even bother with boiling herb and all of that. Get the oils because the oils are the soul of the plant. They're more potent for the body. And so, yes, oils I recommend highly.
Exactly. Good.
Especially because of security as well.
Good, Clyde. Good stuff.
I'll get you some ginkgo seed, Doc. I'll get you some ginkgo seed when we see, yeah? Because
Yeah,
I got loads of it over the years.
All goes well. I'm coming in hopefully this weekend. I'm resting from my 2 weeks in Jamaica, and you know, basically I'm in Miami now. It feels like I'm in London because I'm looking out and I don't see the sun for the last 3 days. And it's supposed to be sunshine Miami, where you guys should be coming and relaxing, but it feels like I'm in London, so I'm getting used to the weather right now.
Okay.
I'm getting the London weather.
Okay.
Preparing you.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Is it possible?
The other thing is Clyde.
Yes.
Did you talk about, because I came in, you know, did you talk about the Guinean weed with that kind of a strand, the root? I know you talk about some roots. Did you touch on Guinean root?
I know of the Guinea hen weed, but I have not done enough research on the Guinea hen weed, and I need to do some research on it because I'm from Montserrat, and I'm not sure what the equivalent is in connection to the name.
Yeah, I think you probably have it a lot on your.
But I know that is a very powerful plant. But go ahead.
It could probably grow wild in your country too, Montserrat, right? Because I don't know
but it would be under a different name. That's the thing.
Okay, good. But it's very good for cancer. It's very good for getting rid of free radical cells. You know, I know patients, once you feel that buildup of mucus in your system, that's a very good one to break it down and get rid of it, you know?
Yes, like the sea moss as well for mucus, and so much iodine and minerals in the sea moss. But yes, I agree with you. But one thing I would like to know about the Guinea hen, is it an all year round plant, or what's the time of, you know, because that's how you can attach with the body parts as well. For my studies.
It is an all year round plant.
Yes.
Okay, so it's good for the whole body. That's just answer right there. It's good for the whole body.
Hello,
One quick question.
Wait a minute. There is
Okay.
a few. Sorry, go ahead. On the phone. Can't remember you.
Yeah.
Hello.
I was
Can you
just
hear?
saying one. Hello?
Just a second. We've got somebody who's on the phone,
Carl
and then we'll
Wilson,
answer you
Okay.
afterwards.
Carl Wilson on the phone, please.
Yeah, Carl. Thank you. Thank you, Patricia. Carl, have you got a
Yeah.
question?
Yes. I have a noni tree, and I just got a blow in my head, right? And I think when he said the all year plant that grows all year, I've got a noni tree in the back of my yard, and I do harvest a lot of the noni plant. I basically harvest it by the sun, which I basically it just drip into a juice format and thing. And I find noni, the noni juice is so basically healing for everything. You know, I just had an accident, a freak accident where I hit the top of my head and like got some a swelling on the top, you know, a freak accident. I just fell in my yard and I hit right into the wall, the back of my, the top of my head. And there was a big bump came up. And actually I used some of this, the ganja oil that we have here. And I also used the noni leaf and I put it on my head. And I also drank some of the noni juice. And, you know, like I feel a lot better. And I went and eat some merengue this morning, like from off the tree, because we have it like down on the beach. And also I ate some of the sea moss that we harvest from the sea here. But the way that I do the sea moss, I don't basically cook it or anything. I just basically soak it in water and I just eat it like that. So, you know, I see where you're saying the plants that has that all like neem, the neem plant also, I've got it here. The plants that basically grow all year round, I see, like, I really believe exactly what you're saying. And I know what you're saying because I've tried that. And those plants are very, you know, medicinal. I see the effect of that. You know, I've been taking these stuff, just trying them out and stuff. Courtesy of Dr. Oliver. He's my mentor. So, you know,
one question. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
One question I ask you: the noni, do you use a metallic or do you use a calabash to drain the noni or glass?
Actually, what I do, I just use I put it in. I wait until the fruit falls on the ground, right?
Okay.
And then I just put it into like a glass bottle, a big glass bottle.
Okay,
right?
Good, yeah.
And I just put it on top of my house, and I like the glass bottle as a glass top, and I just let it drip. And sometimes I do use a plastic bottle, which I'm not supposed to, but you know, and just put on the plastic top and just I drain it out, and I get quite a bit from it. I don't really pick the fruit. My friends basically, they come and they pick the fruit and they actually juice the fruit itself, and it's very nutritious too. But like that's the way that I've been doing it, and I harvest a lot of it. Where I when I put it up and it sits there, it gets really dark, and like that's supposed to be more potent and stuff like that. But it's from what you just told me on the astrology of the whole thing, I really believe I know that the plants that is, because like all year around that it never stopped giving me fruit, and I never ever pick a fruit from it. It always falls to the ground. That's when I know that they're ready, and I just go out every morning and I can pick up as much fruit. Like also I'm in competition with the rats and also cats. Everything eats it. I don't know why.
All right.
You know, so I know it must be good.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you very much for that. We got another question from Alkaline. Would you like to ask your question?
Alkaline.
Yes, my brother.
Yes, respect, right?
How are you?
Yes, man. Respect.
Beautiful. I love everything you say. Everything you say, correct and right. I love
Yes,
the
respect.
energy and I love the vibes. You know?
Yeah, man. We meet before, man. Respect, man. I remember the eye still. Yes, respect.
Of course. We're in
He
one.
was at Soul Food. Remember, he was one of videotape
Yes,
Soul
yes,
Food out.
exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, my brother. Everything is good, man. You know?
Yes.
But someone is talking about the oils. The greatest oil on earth right now for your health is ganja oil. Real,
Yes.
proper ganja oil. But the oil has got to be, the ganja's got to be 9 months crop. Old-fashioned crop. The one that
True that. True
back
that.
when. Those are the
Yes.
oil that actually works. It works for our body. It's in tune with our body. It fights any disease.
Yeah,
How you
man,
say-
because you're right. Because we have a cannabinoid system in our body that if we keep it full, we will be able to fight just about it.
Yes. Now, as you're saying that, I was thinking about what the brother was talking about, asking about walking to, seeing two walls. If you're interested in walking to walls, you can talk to me, the brother from earlier.
Yeah, I
You
would
can
love to
talk to
walk
me
the wall, man.
off the phone.
What screwdriver did you use?
We'll talk about that for sure.
Firestead?
If it's not an Alkaline, then it's screwdriver.
Somebody mute their phone.
Is that Firestead? Are you got a question? If not, then we need to meet you. Okay, go ahead.
Firestead.
I just muted him.
Oh.
Yeah,
okay, I've got Millie. We got to go through quickly. Millie's got a question.
Yes, I put it in the chat. I was asking about what were the roots, what were the herbs he was talking about for senior years?
Yeah, very important, powerful root herbs are very important. Root tonic and you know the in JA and in certain parts of Africa, the Rastas, they make the root tonic. Root tonic is very, very, very powerful, and there's lots of different roots. We can talk about. You know, they got the chainy root, and you got different roots like that. But it's also you need to see what the issues. But you want to talk about tonic roots. Most people just think of root tonic, especially the ones the Rasta make just for men. Okay. Yes, and we got to get over that because we have the same thing. Man may have it. Man may have this. We have the same organs. One is internalized, and the other one is externalized. But it's the same thing. So what good for the goose, good for the gander as well. What good for the man is also good for the masculine, also good for the female. Now ginseng is a root herb. Actually, we know that the Chinese, they say when they're in the woods and they see the ginseng, they will kneel down and give thanks. Yes, and the ginseng, there's a story, but I told about where in China where they said this man went up in the woods and two sons went up in the woods and the father feared the worst because there was a blizzard came down and he said there's no way they could make it. They came down after a few days and he asked them how did they survive? And this was long time before ginseng was known, and that's what they tell in the story. Whether the story is true or not, it's about the power of the herb. And what the two brothers says that they saw this herb and they dig it up and it keeps their body warm. And so what some of the best ginseng is not even growing in China, is growing Ghana, but that's top secret because they're not even allowing it to come here anymore. Yes, some of the best ginseng is grown in Ghana. So ginseng is very powerful, strengthening the body. And actually, because we go in a lot of this cold climate where we get a lot of the chronic ailment, because chronic is connected with Saturn, you know, that cold planet or the cold time of the year. And we need to fortify our system to keep ourselves warm. This is why we have to get into the peppers, you know, for the circulation, the ginkgos for the circulation. But a lot of the root food, very important.
Okay, we've got a question from Firestead.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. How are you doing?
Yeah. Not too bad at all. One of the things I like to talk about is with Alkaline and that is the technology that what's available for healing the body as well. The magnetic technology for healing the body, and also Russ Alkaline has got a machine basically that can remove different elements from your body and reverse and rejuvenate the cells in your body to get your body back to alkaline. Because the moment you put a bracelet on your, or a chain or magnetic technology on your body, it takes you directly to alkaline. So it's a technology that is from our ancestors, and our ancestors had this technology, but what was happened, it was stolen by the white man. He stole that technology and he's using it, and he's getting the minerals, the stainless steel, the copper and the magnets from Africa, and then sending it back to us.
Yeah.
So we have to know that it's not just herbs. Herbs are one of the ways of repairing the body and the cells, but also that there's lots of technology that's out there now that will repair the body.
Okay.
Yes.
That was,
And
you'll have to come back
minerals.
with that.
Right. And
minerals, yes.
that also, you know, links with what Galactic Clyde is saying. It links with the planets. So yeah, that's very important.
Okay.
But
as our vibration, let me just come in with this. As our vibration rise to herbs and to the proper use of food, we also connect direct with the energy. So we don't even have to eat so much because we have a direct link with the planet. But what happens, it's been scattered because of the bad diet and things like that. And that's why, you know, a lot of us don't link up with the mysteries of creation, because a lot of our system is not intact.
Exactly, unless you get some good Jamaican herbs, you know.
Yes.
Really, that's another story.
Real
talk. That goes into something else. Yes. Last words quickly, Galactic, so we can move on to Sister Kandake. So, go ahead.
Yeah, it's important for us to study, especially
one minute. There was a sister.
Yeah. Hi, Clyde. You mentioned at the very beginning that, you know, back in 2012, you kind of like predicted the alignment of the stars or the planets, that there was something was coming bad around now, like with the COVID. I just wondered what you felt the stars were saying about the, you know, COVID, the pandemic going.
Yeah, I talk about the major restructuring of the world. You could Google Galactic Clyde on YouTube and you see a video there I did with the astrology. I call it the worldwide Saturn return. That's on YouTube. The worldwide Saturn return. We're actually going to that. There's major 2020 and January 2020 is going to be a total restructuring of the world. And that was based on 2 years before I did that talk. Auntie Jean, you were there for that talk as well. Mm-hmm. So we're in the total restructuring, but we also at the 26,000 year cycle, which not much people talk about, and we're leading. It's a whole new day. We have to be careful and don't let them fool us to think that they actually have a handle in controlling us fully, because we're in a Saturn Jupiter. We're facing a Saturn-Jupiter conjunction coming in December 21st, right on the winter solstice. And I say Saturn and Jupiter represents, one represents restriction and one represents expansion. And when you have restriction and expansion, you have explosion. And so we're in for major explosion going on. So they're not going to win, and they would never win. You understand? They lost strong.
Right on. You're definitely right. They will never win. I mean, good over evil all the time, my brother.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. On that note, there is some questions in the chat, Clyde, but I suggest, because of time, if you can answer via the chat also.
Yeah. Yes, I look at them. Yeah, thanks.
All right. Give thanks. All right. So we're going to move swiftly on to our sister. I'm going to check that you're in the house, because I know I did let you in. Just check. Okay. Right. So our next presentation is from Sis Kandake. Are you in the house, sis? Oh, I see you. Cool. Sister Kandake has a BSc in Honours, medical herbalist, nutritional advisor, holistic healer, a spiritual teacher, and our sister is going to be talking about women's health in 2020 and beyond. Sister Kandake, the screen is now yours, and welcome.
Okay, greetings. Have you? I did ask if you could share. Yeah, no problem.
Sorry, just do it.
Greetings, everyone. First of all, I want to acknowledge the world of the divine, and I want to acknowledge our ancestors, whose shoulders on which we stand. So my name's Kandake, and I can just do it this way. I'm going to do a presentation on women's health. Auntie Jean, how long have I got?
You did have 45 minutes, my sis, but everything's been changed up and switched up, so we just go with the flow. I'll still give you the 45 minutes.
Flowing. Okay, no problem. Well, what I'll do, I'll just do a few, and then I'll probably just speak from here as well. So if you can, let me see what's happening. Okay, so
I'll let you know when you're 10 minutes towards the end, okay?
So I'm not sure. Okay, so as Auntie Jean said, I have been in holistic health for a number of years, really through the tradition of Rastafari, living in Jamaica, trotting around the island. And if you know Rasta, you know, we're about growing your own food, using natural medicine, but it wasn't just that, it was about ital, you know, clean heart, clean mind. And it was a university. It was about going into a way of thinking that at the time, persons were not thinking along those lines. And as a Rasta woman, one of the things that I learned was that, and not being part of the system, was that I was able to go within myself, because there's certain times of the month when you're living the liberty that you separate from your man, you separate from your children, and you go within yourself. And for me, that was a very powerful time to really understand myself as a woman. And I here now want to acknowledge another woman, which was my guiding light.
Okay.
And that's, but I'm acknowledging Far Right at this point, because that way of life embedded traditional ways, which I would go on to go further in. So after leaving Jamaica and being here, I did a BSc honors in medical herbalism and nutrition. So I already had that holistic perspective. And then what this did, because Marcus Garvey said, and that was one of the things that made me do this, Marcus Garvey said, learn the sciences, because within the sciences is the knowledge. And I learned when I was doing sciences that what is science? Science was simply a study of nature. And what is nature? The ancients called the nature, the nectar, those principles which governed everything that existed in the universe and beyond. So the study of nature was simply a study of, the study of science, whether it be biology, physics, maths, whatever, you know, whichever science you went in, you were studying nature. And I really got to understand that when I went to study with the Dogons. And just before that, after I finished my degree, I have been, and I still am working in private healthcare as a medical herbalist. So I have worked alongside doctors and specialists in various areas and other holistic practitioners, which gives you that ability to see things from different perspectives, because no one person knows it all. You will always learn from someone else. And this is something that I learned within the teachings of the Dagomba people. People call them Dogon. They don't call themselves the Dogons. They call themselves the Dagomba people. And the Dagomba trace their lineage from ancient Kemet, from in the temples of Kemet. They still have a temple structure to this day across Africa that teaches the ancient wisdom. The same mystery schools that the Greeks and the Romans went into, and Alexander the Great destroyed. Now, the Dogons, or the Dagomba people, the Westerners call them the Dogons, especially those scientists that went and studied with them and realized, and Galactic Clyde was talking about the stars, that they were masters because they were still studying the ancient Kemetic, not they were still studying, they still had the knowledge of the Kemetic calendar, which is a 13th month calendar. And which we actually, I should have brought the calendar here. So at the school where I teach, the Kemetic School of Philosophy and Spirituality, which is the Dogon School, or the Dagomba People's School, where I now teach, I've been studying with them for the last 7 years. We have the calendar. We still have that ancient calendar that was brought forward by Nebnaba Lamusa Moren Denibek, High Priest. Now, and I'm just gonna go on. So this is where I was studying under a traditional healer. This is in Togo. And you will find that most of the Dagomba are stretched across West Africa. So in Benin, where I've also been to study under the temples of what you call the Vodon people, the Vodon king and queen. They are in Burkina Faso. This is in Togo, where I was studying in the bush, staying at his center. Also, you have them across that whole western region along the Niger, because when they left out of Kemet, when the first waves of the Europeans began to come in, and they understand that everything is in a cycle, so they understood that the knowledge, because Egypt is not the knowledge, it's the knowledge that they had, that they took with them. So it wasn't the place Egypt, it was the knowledge that was deposited, which traveled down that whole Nile Valley region. So when they traveled through Sudan, across the Sahara, and along where we call West Africa, they went into the bush to keep that knowledge, and that's where you will still find them. They still keep that. So the knowledge that I have been blessed to learn, I've been blessed to learn that because I had to be initiated within the system. The certain knowledge, you will not get that outside of the initiation. And so wanting to develop the studies that I'd done through Rastafari, through where my grandmother first introduced me, through what I learned in the sciences, the modern sciences, because understand this, what our ancestors know is science. I wanted to go deeper. And so so where, for example, you might see a picture of me standing there, that's actually a riverbed. It's a dry riverbed. During the wet season, because in Africa, it's not winter, summer, spring, autumn like we have here. It's wet season and dry season. And, you know, if you have any of our brothers or sisters on the phone, they will attest to that. It's dry season, rainy season, and it's a dry season. So where I was there at the time, that was a dry season, that's a riverbed. And so if I'd gone in the wet season, that riverbed would have been up to here flowing. I wouldn't have been able to even go in there, but we were able to dig roots from there. Here you see the healer taking the bark from the tree, you know, and let me just say this, because I'm bringing this in because of the spiritual aspect in everything that we do. Before the healer even enters into that field of domain where he goes into, he first of all lets the spirits or the entities that control or rule or oversee, that he first of all acknowledges them to say, I'm coming into this space here to use what I'm going to use and do what I'm going to do. So there is also this aspect, which is the first world, is the unseen world. And I say this because women are the gatekeepers of health. As women, we are the ones that breastfeed our children. We are the ones that when they're sick, we are the one that looks to prepare something to take care of them. When our husbands, our companions, our family are unwell, women will be the ones, because we naturally have that nurture that comes with who we are. That's part of our nature, is to nurture. So women have that traditionally. Now, I won't speak too much on this, but I'm gonna move forward. Just to say something about African traditional medicine, because people accept and understand Western medicine and even Western herbal medicine. But when we went to places like Kew Gardens, when we are in the universities, the people who held their PhDs, the people who were doctors this and doctors that, they had gone, especially in Kew Gardens, they go into the tropical regions and sit down with our ancestors. They sit down with the healers. Then they learn what they do, write up their dissertation or write up their papers, submit that into the university, then get their PhDs. The universities then recycle that information and send it back around, and you become recognized because now you've taken that information through the system. So I think it's also key to understand that this knowledge that our ancestors have, and this is just the tip of the iceberg, but the knowledge that our ancestors have surpasses what we have been made to believe. And again, why I acknowledge the Dagomba, because they trace their lineage back to Kemet. And it's not just, oh, they trace their lineage. They still speak in the ancient Medu, which you would call hieroglyphs. They have managed to keep that hidden in the bush. So when we speak in that language. We can write in that. And that was a language that they call dead language, which only the Egyptologists who were studying that were able to learn. So these people have kept this alive. They've kept the astrology, they've kept the language, and they've kept their healing techniques. Many things are there. And I'm only referring to the Dagomba people because I've had the privilege to study with them. We also have other temples that came out of Kemet. You have within Senegal, you have certain people who trace their lineage back. Amongst the Yoruba people, you will find people who trace their lineage back. Certain places in Ghana. So I only speak because I know of it personally. But our ancient African traditions are alive if you care to go deeper and find it. So African tradition is the first of all holistic medicine, and to say that women also were at the heads of the courts, they used to have teams running under them through ancient Kemet. I don't want to get the name wrong of this healer who was well known within the ancient, like Parisha or one of those names. I don't want to get it wrong, so let me not say it. But that's just one. There are many in ancient tradition that was there, but we know coming down, what my grandmother was the one who showed me about herbs. We know that the women would go out and gather these things, so it's in our DNA. Now, again, why I'm talking about African traditional medicine. So I am medically trained, so I speak both language, and I've worked alongside doctors, and I still work alongside doctors when necessary. So I understand in the modern medicine and you know, the sciences, and you know, you need to have the research and all that. I understand that, but right now I'm talking for that which preceded it. Now, when I stayed with that healer, I witnessed a holistic approach to health. And so as we go through, I want to also acknowledge that. And that holistic approach also included spiritual aspects. So you will go to any market in Africa and you will see herbs like nothing. You will also the Caribbean, Jamaica, so forth, you know, carnation market and then things, and you'll go and you'll see that. So this isn't nothing new. You know, traditional African medicine or herbal medicine or root medicine is part of our traditions. And it's still in our DNA. Many times when I'm doing my courses, what I do, and I would say to everybody on this course, on this call now, ask your mother or your father or your grandmother or an auntie or an uncle, or if you don't even have that, a very good friend of the family. And if they are from the Caribbean, ask them if they remember, if there were any herbs or if there were anything that they used to use when they were younger. And I will bet you they can at least tell you one thing that they used to use. And this is knowledge that you don't want to lose. Okay, now, what I talk about is holistic health, because medical herbalism or herbs is only a part of everything that is. And I'll go on and then explain more. So when we're talking about holistic health, you're not just talking about mind, body, spirit. You're also talking about your environment, that which is outside of you, because that directly affects you. Now, here, the World Health Organization, when they talk about health, they have a, you know, it's not just not being unwell, but includes all other aspects like the physical, the mental and social well-being. You don't see the spiritual aspect there, and not necessarily environmental, okay? But just to say they kind of have a part of the holistic health within their definition of health. Now, these are some of the aspects, and I know Galactic Clyde was talking about, you know, how the star, how the galaxies and how such forth affects our well-being. But the first thing when we're talking about well-being, we have to think of ourselves as humans, the human being. What affects the human being? And that non-physical aspect that resides within the temple, which is what we call this physical body, the largest temple. So that is key for the human being's well-being. And we're going to go into the women specifically. But before we say even a woman, you're a human being. So what is it that affects the human being's well-being? These are some of the aspects that affect you. And, you know, even before we start even talking about anything further than what, you know, getting even too far, if we even look at this, you know, Galactic spoke about the stars, but something is, it's not even a symbol, but something like the sun. If you think about it, the sun, when the sun is up, we feel good, which means already how you feel has been affected. But not just that. In this Julian and Gregorian, the Gregorian calendar, because the Dogons don't use the star, this star, the sun, they use the Sothis, or they call it the Sirius. Our very understanding of time is governed by the star, the intergalactic dance, that interplay between the earth and the sun, if you want to use the sun as your mode to take your time from. But not just that. We have the human being is only a part of what everything is made up from. And so we have structures which we call endocrine glands, a system in the body called the endocrine system, which the pineal gland directly reads the light of the sun. And those information that the light is bringing back to the body tells the body, because the body runs on cycles. Everything in this universe runs on cycles, and it tells the body when to release hormones, when to take hormones in. So your whole system is run. And for women, the moon is a cycle with which we have very close affinity to. Now, the 28-day cycle of the moon is where we get the name menstrual cycle. Menstrual comes from the Greek Latin word menes, which means moon. So the very cycle of the woman comes from these astrological planets or entities that are not necessarily attached to the earth. Now, but we are governed by them. All of these play a role in our well-being, but I'm going to just look at stress. I'll mention nutrition, but I'm going to mention stress, and I'm going to look at stress because now I'm going to go and specifically look at the female reproductive system. So, you know, this overview is just kind of very general one, and I'm just going to focus a bit more now specifically on female issues. We can say a lot more on this, but because in the interest of time, I just want to just highlight certain things. So when we look at stress, and I'm going to use the definition from the last one. So anything where pressure or tension exerted on emotional, physical, social, economic as a response or change for me. And I'm not going to go into that. What I am going to look at is this in terms of a medical way of looking at stress, is anything that causes the immune system to become suppressed. Now, these are some categories of stress, but the stress that most affects people generally, and certainly us women, is this last group, chronic stressors. And chronic stressors can come from anything. It can be you're working in a job that you hate, but you've got to go out there every day because you've got to pay the rent, you've got to pay the mortgage, or it might be you're in a relationship and you know you've been pulling it for a while, but you know for a couple of years and things really haven't been working. It might be the children, you know, they might be going through the teens and you know pure stress with the teens. It might be anything. But you might be caring for a loved one. Now, with stress, whether you are aware of it or not, there are biological pathways that take place in the body. So what route does stress take? Well, before we even talk about the route, there's a field of science, what we call modern science, called psychoneuroimmunology. There's also the word endo in there, endocrinology, but they've shortened it down to PNI. Psycho had to do with the mind, the psyche. Now, I'm going to stop there just for a moment, because when we think about the mind, what makes up the mind? What are those component parts that make up the mind? And these are things that I always go back and ask, because many times we all have a mind, but if we have not even consciously tried to understand in yourself holistically, completely is key, because the thoughts that you have a direct effect on your health. What do I mean? Through the field of psyche meaning mind, neuro, nervous system, endo, which is the endocrine system, and immunology, which is the immune system, they have found that when you become stressed, there's actually a pathway that affects your body. Now, what do I mean by that? In the brain, you have certain structures. one of the structures is called the hypothalamus, and the hypothalamus sits in a part of the brain called the limbic region. Let me move on to that. Now, stress enters your body through your senses, because as a human being, this wonderful, amazing structure has been designed so that you can connect and understand your environment via the senses. And I'm only going to mention the 5 senses which most people relate to. That's your audio, you're hearing, you're seeing, you're touching, you're smelling, and you're tasting. Those senses were given so that you can interact with your environment and understand that world. Then that information is then goes to a central place within you, which is the brain, in that brain place. This is different from the mind. This is different from the mind. I'm talking about the brain. Now, that physical structure, because, and here is where I'd like you to see the difference. If I asked you to envisage a nice, juicy mango, most people know mangoes and like mangoes. If I asked you to envisage that, and I'd say, take a bite out of that mango. Right, so my mouth is salivating already. There you go. All right, so if I say envisage that, now you can see when you cut the mango, you know, that juice running down and that yellowness inside the mango. Okay, now if I took a surgeon's scalpel and I opened your brain, would I see that mango? No. So where did you see that mango? So that's what I mean, the difference between the mind and the brain. Okay, now in the brain, there is a structure called the hypothalamus. The hypothalamus is what you call the master controller. So it controls things like, it has a role in sleep, wake, it has a role in anger, it has a role in thirst, it has a role in sleep, it's a master controller. When you're stressed, there's many other things, but I'm just going to relate to stress. When you're stressed, and I just want to say this as well, when you think of something, that comes in on a frequency, what we call a thought wave. Then in that limbic region of your brain, which we call the emotional brain, sits that hypothalamus. That hypothalamus releases a particular hormone. That hormone releases to another gland, an endocrine gland, called the pituitary. And the pituitary gland releases another hormone to your adrenal glands, which sit on top of your kidneys. From there, you have the hormone cortisol and adrenaline being released. Now, when those hormones are released, in a general stress response, what it does, it pushes up your blood pressure. It pushes up the sugar. It depletes or decreases your immune system. That becomes key in general well-being. But for women's health, stress affects your menstruation. So as you can see, menstruation, when you're stressed, the hormones that are released causes irregular menstruation. It can cause absent menstruation, or it can even make you bleed heavier. That's just on the menstruation. In terms of your partner wanting to be someone, it can suppress. Now, can I just, oh yeah, I'll do it here. Not only does it suppress your sexual desires, it can also stop you from ovulating as a woman, and actually stress on a man can actually reduce his ability to reproduce as well. This is coming as a result of that biological pathway, because there's hormones being released. And if I even go even a bit deeper, the hormones are made from certain things, and cholesterol is the backbone hormones. And when you are stressed, in order to make those stress hormones, you have to be taking other, because remember, as a human being, you've got a physical construct. So you have to be taking elements, from elsewhere in the body, and you're taking them from the cholesterol, which also makes up your sex hormones. Now, let me just further. So it can impact on your pregnancy. This is stress, because we're only looking at one of those aspects that you saw in that image with all the different things that can affect your well-being. We're just looking specifically at stress. For those of women who suffer with PMS, premenstrual syndrome, when you're stressed, it actually makes it worse. So if you had bloating, if you have irritability, if you have maybe irritability, bloating, there's some other ones as well. But if you, whatever the PMS symptoms you would normally start, now not all women suffer from that, but from those who do, stress actually increases those. For menopausal women, hot flushes, it makes it worse. Night sweat, it makes it worse. Headaches, it makes it worse. If you were lacking sex drive, that makes it even worse. So just these aspects of stress. And of course, we spoke about blood pressure. It can increase your blood pressure. It can increase diabetes. Okay, so I'm just going to look at some natural therapeutics, and then maybe we can, if anyone wanted to ask questions, they can do natural therapeutics. Now, perception, and why I say perception here is that something can happen, 2, 3, or 4 people can witness the same situation happening, but it doesn't affect them in the same way. Because how they perceived the situation is what has the effect. Because when you perceive something as stress, and I want you to understand this, if nothing else, get this. When you perceive something as stress, whether you are aware of it or not, this biological process happens in the body all the time. Why? Because the body has to maintain what we call homeostasis. In the tradition, we call it heruset. It's this thing about balance. Your body is always doing, and your body is a living intelligence. You don't have to say to your body, okay, when I eat this piece of fruit, right, I want you to take this part and send that part of the fruit to my toe, and then that part to my eye, and that. You don't have to tell your body that. When you go to sleep at night, you don't have to say to your body, okay, heart, keep beating in the morning, I'll take over. Or respiratory system, keep breathing. No, you are a living intelligence. And you are only a part of the greater intelligence of which you are hardwired into. So understanding your environment and where you are is key. And then understanding yourself. Because once you have that level of understanding, you're able to balance yourself. And I'm talking about balance yourself in tune with the first world. Now, the first world is not what we refer to here as Europe or whatever they want to call it. The first world is nature. Because this first world that they call the first world here, England and America and that, is built on the first world. Without the land, there's nothing to build on. Without the air, you can't breathe. Without the water, you can't drink. All of these things must exist first for something to be built on. And we come from this first world. So our ancestors, first of all, understood nature and those principles that governed nature. And they were able to commune. That's why they said our ancestors dealt with magic. It wasn't that they dealt with what they call magic, it's that they understood, they were dealing with science at all levels. You see, European science is still dealing with science because what are they doing? They're studying the nature. That's all there is. There's nothing else. When human beings come on the planet, what else is there? There's nothing else. So a European will study the nature from their perspective, and Africans, we studied it from ours. So to understand yourself within this nature is going to be key. So how you perceive something, if you do not see something as a stress, you might see as something else. Okay, this is a challenge that I need to find a way around. The message, because that's what hormones are, they are messengers. So the message that you've given to yourself, and again here, that's why I said, they say, man, know yourself. Woman, know yourself. When you know yourself, you become master of yourself. So these messages that you give to yourself are key to what happens in your body, because if you see stress, it automatically kicks in these biological pathways, and so you automatically your immune system goes down, automatically your blood pressure rises, automatically diabetes, automatically all of these things happen automatically because you've already given the signal that there is a stress happening in the body. And if this happens over a chronic period of time, this is where you get these diseases. And if you even think about things like cancer, your immune system isn't working. So if over a period of time, your immune system hasn't been functioning, then imagine when things like cancer cells, which are always in the body, imagine when they come up, there's no soldiers, there's nothing to bring them down. Okay, so it's key that you understand. Yeah, here why I've put nutrition, and there's many other things, but I'm just going to do this before I go on to the herbal medicine.
Yeah, it's definitely got 10 minutes, sis.
Right, that's right. I've just got that. Great. So nutrition. One of the things I always ask people is, what are you made? What is your physical made from? You're made from the earth. You're made with you want to call them magnesium, potassium, carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, all of these elements that make up the other things in the universe make you up. And because of that, you must therefore feed from that which you came from. So the reason why we're always saying eat natural, and because it's alive and it has to feed from that which it came from. So nutrition is always going to be key. I'm going to move on to the herbal medicine. What I'm going to make reference to now are two areas in herbal medicine that you could look at specifically for stress. So for the women who are suffering any of those that we spoke about, maybe PMS, menopause, maybe they're not ovulating as much as they want to, there's this group of herbs called the nervines. And the nervines act on, as they say, the nervous system. So here I'm just going to make reference to the valerian. And it was really interesting. I'm doing a women's health course at the moment. And this herb valerian, you take the root in its second year and you use it, and it calms the nerve. At higher doses, we use it for sleep. Lower doses, we use it just to release anxiety, because that's another effect of tension, anxiety, headaches. And a sister from Zimbabwe, she said, oh, my sister, we use this in Zimbabwe. Hey, we use it for spiritual attacks. And also, they didn't use the word nervine, but as a calming. So I was like, wow, So I can't remember the name that she said they use it. Because this same one here, valerian is so if any of you are Christians, you know about Mary taking the alabaster box and wiping Christ's feet. Whether you believe in him or not, that's not the issue. It's the story of that. That was valerian. They call it spikenard in the Bible. So we're talking about herbs that have been used for thousands of years. So whether the herb is there in Jamaica or there in Africa, it also grows because it's the earth. It's the earth. The next one is the hypericum. That's another nerve. So what that can help you to do, as well as relaxing the nervous system, it lifts the mood. So for those who have depression, who are feeling down, especially things like PMS, going through that time there, it helps to lift you out of that. So this group of herb nervine, and that last one here is vervain. We have it in Jamaica, it grows here as well. All three of these, you know, one of the things I do, I take people out on herb walks so that they can see the herbs growing around them. That's one group. And the last group I'm going to look at before I finish is the adaptogens. And Clyde, again, spoke about the Panax ginseng. And it's interesting that he made mention of the heating element, because with the Panax, there are certain times, because it has a heating quality to it, women who may have the menopause, for example, having hot flushes and night sweat, we don't actually tend to give you this ginseng. We might give you Eleutherococcus, the Siberian ginseng, because this one can be very heating, and there's some really interesting things around this one. But in the interest of time, I'm going to be so let me just say what the adaptogens do very briefly. Adaptogen, this class of herbs, adaptogen, not only does it help to boost your immune system, but when your energy levels are low, you know, you're feeling low within yourself, your energy levels are low, what it helps to do is to give you back some energy. So I don't remember, if some of you are a bit older, you may remember Lingford Christie. And when Christie was running one of his races at one time, they actually wanted to ban him because they said he was taking substances, drugs. And when they checked it, it was ginseng he'd been drinking. Because what ginseng does and what adaptogens tend to do, they give you, they unlock the energy potentials. And so athletes cannot use that because it enhances their performance. It creates that ability to do more. This other one here, and this is I'm going to end on, is licorice. And why I've put licorice in here, now if you've got high blood pressure, you may not want to take licorice, but why I've put licorice in here is because we call this cortico-sparing, meaning that cortisol that is being released, because you only have a certain amount of cortisol, and once it's released, we have what you call burnout. And burnout is when all the cortisol out of those adrenal glands that sit on top of your kidneys, once that's gone, there's no more left, you're burnt out. That's when you've got nothing left to give. But what licorice is able to do is able to help to retain the cortisol. So we call that cortical sparing. It's another adaptogen. So I'm gonna finish my presentation there. And
okay, thank you very much, Sister Kandake. Thank you. We've only got just a little bit of time for a couple of questions. If anybody's got any questions, please unmute or raise your hand so I can see. Galactic Clyde.
Yeah, I just wanted to just a comment on the adaptogen. I think that's another name for medicine herb, isn't it? For not medicine, but tonic herb, isn't it, Kandake? Is that what the older people used to call tonic herb, but this is just a modern term for tonic herb? Just checking.
Yeah, it could probably be classed as a tonic herb, because the tonic herb is something that, or a tonic is something that strengthens you. So yeah, adaptogens could fall under that as well. Definitely, it could fall under under tonic.
It might be some new to some people, but just realize that we had the same concept in terms of tonic. Yes, thanks.
Yeah. Thanks.
Patricia.
Sorry, I just want to say thank you very much. That was such a thorough presentation in terms of the information. It's a shame that you had to rush it. Yeah, but it was very, very interesting and very appropriate for us at this time as women in terms of our particular experiences. So thank you very much indeed.
You're so welcome. Thank you.
Anybody else got any questions?
Can I ask something, Auntie Jean?
Yes, you may. Matiga, how
I
you
just wanted
doing?
I'm good. Hi, everybody. Miss Matiga here, Kandake. I just wanted to find out, in regards to the licorice being good for reserving energy and stuff, would that be something that would be recommended then for maybe labouring women for that extra reserve?
When you say labouring, do you mean if they're about to give birth? What do you mean?
Yeah, so while they're in established labour.
I probably wouldn't go for that. I would go for more like the raspberry leaf. I would go for that kind of thing. If you're wanting something, because what you want, if you're at that stage when you're going into labor, you want something to help with the contractions. So you'd go more specific, if that's what you're referring to.
More so, you know, like when they feel like they're done, like the energy's been and gone, and they feel they have nothing left
you mean
to give.
after they've given birth?
No, like so during the labor process. So if it was a long labor, say, and a woman's been laboring for many hours or even days, and she just feels that she hasn't got any more to give. So I may take honey sticks, like little to give that extra energy boost, some kind of.
All right. I would probably say, because if you think about it, when a woman's giving birth, there's a lot of exertion happening, and some women even have already high blood pressure. So I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't go for that.
Okay.
If you wanted to go for a herb like that, then for that kind of adaptogenic, I would say go for something more like the Eleutherococcus. I wouldn't even say the ginseng, it's so hot. I would say go for the Siberian ginseng if you wanted to go for something like that. Yeah, I would say go for something like that. But even then,
I was just thinking, because the licorice sticks, you can chew on them, innit? So I was thinking, oh, that would be something just to have as a, but yeah, okay.
Not hold on. So not the licorice stick sweets, you know, not that.
No. The stick, the box.
No, okay, good. I'm glad.
Yeah.
I would. Yeah, you could do, but that's probably I don't know. I'm not feeling that one. I would go more for something like the Eleutherococcus. I would go for something more like that if I was going to go for an energy thing. Yeah.
Okay.
During that time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else has got a question? No. I mean, you were so thorough, sis. I mean, the way you explained the mind and the brain, absolutely brilliant.
And can I just say, sister, you know, I am running courses. I've been running them for many years, and I do within my courses, I look at the difference between the traditional, not even because there's common ground and there are differences. So I look at the traditional and I look at the modern, and I look at the two of them so that we're able to understand them fully. And I'm still a student, so I'm like a baby in this, so I'm still learning. But from the little what I've learned, I look at both sides, so we speak the language, you can cross speak.
Yeah. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Sister Marlene, you have a question, Marlene? I see you got your hand up.
Sorry, I had my mute on. It's just a comment I wanted to make, just saying how I found it really, you know, great, invaluable information we've got. Is so much information. I think I'll have to listen to it all again, because I don't normally listen to, you know, in-depth health information, and a lot was given out tonight. So I'm sure we all appreciate it. You should have done it as a donation, because you're collecting for the Garvey village. and a lot of us have got some invaluable information, and that's all I want to say. And yes, I'd love to listen to it again and get all the information fully, but I do like herbal stuff also.
Yeah, as you can see, so why this is my kitchen full of herbs, and that's just some of them. Yeah, great.
Okay, thank you.
So, Auntie Jean, I'm going to put my details up. So if anyone wants to
Yes.
contact me, I'm going to put my details up.
Yes,
all right?
please. Yes, please. And if there's any
so much.
questions in the chat, if you can answer them by that way as well, so we can
I will do.
Move on. Thank you so much. Brilliant as always informative. And we also get a lot from you. You know,
Thank you as well for the great work you're doing.
Even though you're still learning, we're learning from you. So thank you.
Bless. Give thanks.
All right, peace. I'm looking to see if the next presenter is in the house. I know he was in earlier on. Kurt Briscoe, if you can answer me if you're in, because you might be under a different name. Tijani, am I pronouncing your name correctly? If not, then we go on to our next presentation is from Twin Brothers. Okay, so Twin Brothers, are you ready? Twin Brothers from the Royal Maroon. You need to unmute. You're still muted. You're still having problems? That's it. All right, greetings and welcome.
Yeah, thanks everyone. Auntie Jean, thanks to having me and everybody that I've heard on the panel so far. Give thanks to I've been very grateful to be in the company of so much luxurious knowledge and information. And I hope I can give my little bit to it as well. But I will come from it as a self-taught herbalist. Grow up in the Maroon tradition that we are exposed to all of these different herbs. You know, when I grew up as a child in Jamaica, Portland, Moortown, you know, to be more specific, the town of Nani. And she herself was a herbalist as well. And, you know, it was Monday, was Hero Day in Jamaica, a national day. So we give honor and respect to our mother, Nani, herbalist Nani, voodoo Nani, leader Nani, warrior Nani. You know, so I'm carrying on, living the spirit, and I greet the people, you know, with the spirit of the Maroon spirit here, the Yenkenko Kikibu. That means I'm the child of those that was before me. And so I just want to do my little bit of bringing, you know, the knowledge about the herbs. And what I've experienced in even having an herb shop is how disconnected that we are to the herbs. So within my introduction, I would just like to draw shows how you know, draw my information based on how that we should more connect it with nature and the herbs better than we do now. Because like the sister says, we and nature is the same. And I grew up in Portland, Jamaica as a farmer, and I understand a little bit, I understand about science. I take my science to be as a farmer, that when I plant 1 grain of corn, I get 7 grains back. You understand? So I've learned these disciplines as a farmer, knowing that the herbs and the plants that is in nature is very important. You know, every time when I come on these settings, I would like to quote from the Bible, because a lot of people use that book and make that book as reference. So I would like to count from the first leaf of the Bible, Genesis 1:29. And God says, behold, I give you every green herbs bearing seed, which is upon the face of all the earth, within the tree, yielding seeds to you, it shall be for meat. And I'm just on the paraphrasing the verse. You can read it, Genesis 1:29. The other verse continues by saying, to every beast that crawls it upon the ground, and to every bird that flies in the air, I've given you the herb as meat, and it was so. So we don't need to fall in any spirit or get in any Holy Ghost to overstand that statement in Genesis. In the Holy Quran, in Surah Baqarah, it says, go forth to your Lord and bring forth his green herbs. There it mentioned the green herbs, 5 of them by names. I will mention 2. He says, I will mention 3 of them. He says, get your lettuce, your cucumber, and your okra. Not okra, but cucumber and your garlic. You know, so those 3 things I've mentioned. So all of the books that of the Godheads mention the herbs and the plants and the eat. So when the people comes in, elder ones as well, came in and asked about the herbs, you know, what we do with them. You know, the pharmaceutical medicine is only a little bit over 100 years old. All of these herbs go back in ancient. The sister just give you introduction on this, where these herbs go back from Egypt. Look at the moringa seed. It was found, the oil of the moringa seed were found in the tomb of the mummies in Egypt. You have another herbs called old man beard. Again, in the Greek claims that he discovered it in Egypt in 1850 AD. So the herbs go back to in Ethiopia, that same herbs that called grave beard, old man beard. They call it the same name as we call it in Jamaica up to today. And, you know, so these herbs have a long history. These herbs are not strange in our development of life and nature. So we want to look at the old logics, the ant. Yes? Who is the doctor for the ant? What is the diet of the ants? What's the diet of the bees? The tadpole that's turned to frog, the diet of the caterpillar that turns to butterfly, all of the animals that lives in the wild, who are the doctor for them? Don't they depend on things from nature and from the wild? And in the wild, you have the good weed and you have the bad weed. The good ones are poisonous, and some of the other ones are more healthy and look for to cure us. You understand? And when the animals is choosing the plants or the herbs or the food, they don't pick the poison ones. So why we human beings are looking for the poisons to take in all the time? You with me? When we look on the magic of certain herbs, of some research has been done, like the Guinea hen weed. In 1976 in Chicago, Illinois, they put 1,600 herbs together to see which one to stop cancer. The Guinea hen weed comes number 1. Not only that, it kills the cells that cause cancer, but it finds the specific cells that cause cancer and kills it. We look at the soursop leaf again, or the soursop fruit. The soursop fruit or the leaves kill 1,000 cells that cause cancer, 10,000 times stronger than chemotherapy, help with arthritis, rheumatism, also help with nervous tension. When parents used to give us these herbs if we have sleeping problems, you understand? But one of the unique things about the soursop leaf, it only kills the negative cells in the body. Who tells the soursop to do such thing? You understand? We look at the noni again, that smooths the stomach, help with joint pain and aches in the body. You with me? But the noni is the one that helps to neutralize the nutrients in the body. And if the nutrients that you're taking from your banana, from whatever you're getting your nutrients from, and your body is not, if body is not neutralized, then you will never derive any benefits from that nutrients that you're looking for. But the noni helps with that. You with me? So what we are saying, that the food is our medicine and the medicine is our food, you know, as they likely says. You with me? But the stuff, the herbs that is in nature, we must pay more attention with it and speak to the herb. You with me? I like when the sister bring about the protection, the you know, when she speak about the what's that, protection, position, something like that. But you see that when you get the herbs, yeah, you have to know, have confidence in the herbs. You have to have knowledge in the herb, not just taking the herbs because this Tom, Dick, and Harry said that. You have to do your own research in the herb, make connection with the herb. Some of the herbs, them you can put them under your pillow and they ease you. Some you can bathe with and they ease you, because the herbs have two qualities that we have to know. Yes, the herbs have the prevention and the herbs have the cure. You with me? So you will never find something in the pharmaceutical that has been concocted in the lab that giving you a cure when there is no protection. You understand? The herbs have to, whatever you take for the cure, it has to have those two qualities. It has to have the protection. But when you people approach the herbs, and you will say the herbs good for arthritis, rheumatism, diabetes, high blood pressure, fibroid, cancer, prostate. Oh, I don't have those things, so I don't have to take the herbs like that. I'm okay. You with me? But if you're tuned with your nature, and we are saying that the herbs have two qualities, what about the prevention? You with me? So the same herbs that I will give somebody, we will prescribe for someone, you with me, that it is good for any one of these unease that the body experience the same herbs that we have to take as well. You with me? You know what I'm saying? Because most of the herbs that I've maybe prescribed are suggesting to for my customers, I have to take them as well. You with me? And some of them goes to the limit with stage 4 cancer. I still have to take the same herbs. You know, like if I communicate, if I put in 3 herbs together, I will put some Guinea hen weed powder, I will put some cancer bush powder, and I will put some soursop leaf powder. You understand? Because these powder are more effective within the use of most of the people. You understand? Because some of them are elderly and they don't have time to boil it. They could just boil the water and put those 3 herbs in there. I have to take those herbs as well. You with me? The other thing is the taste of the herbs. But don't we know the saying that what is bitter, what is bitter for the mouth is sweet for the heart. You understand? Because the free radicals are in ambush, waiting for you to have these sweets, to have the grease, to have the starch food, to have these processed food into your body. You feel what I'm saying? So I'm saying to my people out there who are listening today, let's pay more attention to the things in nature. You understand? In the beginning, I quote from the scripture. I quote from the Quran. I can quote from the Maroons that using these herbs, you know, for spiritual, like the sister pointed out, these herbs have their spiritual benefits as well, like spirit weed. Spirit weed, it don't have this name for nothing. It's there for people who have fits and those sort of things. The spirit weed is good for that. It has been said that if somebody bring a good bad odor to you, you with me, and you have the spirit weed, and you know that there's intention to bring a bad odor, you can throw the spirit weed at their foot. You know what I mean? We the Maroons people know this. You understand? You can throw the spirit weed at their foot, and wherever they bring that bad odor from, they have to take it back and bring it from wherever they get it. So this is just some introduction to show you, to tell you that the herbs have a spiritual and a medical benefits as well. You with me?
I'm just letting you know you got 5 minutes. Sorry.
No problem, sister. Okay. You are the driver and I'm at the backseat driver, sister. I'm working with you. So, you know, but I'm glad for those who are on the panel today and the people out there are listening me, that I can bring some information to this panel. And you know, so that's what we are saying, that my shop, as you know, located at 48 Rye Lane, Peckham. We have a consultation room there for consultation, and a lot of people that's on the panel. I think Russ Alkaline, Oliver is come to the shop, to come to my office to do consultation, and few others. You with me? You know, so, and many other people on the panel may be familiar using my office for consultation. If those who haven't used it, you're all welcome to use the office for consultation. You understand? And so we can help and heal the people. And that's where my passion comes from in the earth. I know that my people are wounded, so I'm here to dress the wound of my people, and I'm here to be used, but not to abuse. So we leave you with the long spirit of the Maroon people, and for the knowledge that I've obtained growing up as a Maroon, as a Yenkenko Kikibu. That's why I use my abeng. You know, I bring my abeng to represent these weapons. This is an healing weapon as well for the people, that if we are going into an area and we are think that we want some communication with our ancestor, we blow the abeng to let our ancestors know that we are entering this area, or we are bringing visitors in the area, or to simple just cut clearance for the area so it can be safe for us to do what we have to do. And let the people too in the community know that we are in the community and we are not there to cause any harm. So the abeng is of so many uses. It's a weapon, it's a medicine, it's also an instrument. It's also like one of the first telephone that exists that we use to send messages. So you will maybe see me as a Maroon having my abeng around with me whenever I travel. You understand? So I give thanks again to be a part of this luxurious thing. I don't know all the people names. Some of them I know. And on the panel, I make a note of the names in my book here, and hope that we can link up live someday so we can help and continue this luxurious work and benefits, so we can move on and take these people from out of this scamademic and have the people body in full alkaline, and take them from acidic world into a most alkaline world, and also hinder the mucus from goes into the body, because that mucus that will introduce the unease that the body experience, and that unease will turn to disease. So we can fight, we herbalists, we can fight any diseases using the herbs. You know, you understand? Once one trusts in this herb, we can use the herb to cure any diseases. You know, it has been said that there is not a disease in this world that we cannot find something in nature to cure. So I leave you with this. From Bailey Mezan, the struggle continue to fight against these big monsters of the pharmaceutical. We up against them, and we're not afraid of you. We are coming for you using the herbs. Yenkenku Kikibu. Yenkenku greetings to each and everybody. We says the whole Maroon people. We are sending you the greetings and our solidarity as the Maroons right here in London, England. Remember, I am at 48 Rye Lane, Peckham, London, England, Royal Maroon Herbs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's just one question that I'd like to ask is, how would you use a spirit weed apart from throwing it at somebody's foot?
I'm not sure at your foot first.
Throw it at my foot. But I throw it at my foot.
I should have some now, I just threw it.
But how else would you use it?
I was saying that if it is good for a cold in the system, and for people who have epilepsy, yeah, and all those other things, you know. So it's just a brilliant herb, and I've actually used it for people, for just that the little children having fits, and you know, we just give it to them, and they stop falling out. And we send it one time. I sent 2 kilos to an Indian, and he took it to India, and he give me a call and tell me, says his son get cured from it. You understand? So I got a lot of testimony from it. You see what I'm saying? I don't know. But the other one is our maroon knowledge that we know, that we throw it at their foot. And if you threaten people with it in the maroon language, they get scared of you. So they know the importance of that. But I never seen it work personally. But I maybe can try it on your sister, G.
No, sir. No, sir.
You know, you're not bring a bad odor to me. I feel love to bring to me, Auntie Jean. I'm going to do that to you.
Okay. Thank you so much. If it's possible to put your telephone number in the chat, somebody's asked for your telephone number. So if you can put your telephone number in the chat.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that, you know.
Okay.
I can say it.
Yeah, say it.
07944 619 486.
No, you're gonna have to say it again, but slowly.
07944 619 486.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to say it one more time because you said it so quickly, people might not have had a chance to get their pen or their paper, etc. So now
So
say it again. For the final time.
The contact number for Royal Maroon Herbs is 07944 619 486.
Okay.
And that's the mobile number.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you. Okay, another call out for Kirk Briscoe, aka Tajani. Are you in the house? See, Georgia's come up. Are you not in the house? Okay. All right then, so we're going to move on. So it seems like he was here earlier on, but it seems like he might have dropped out. So we will go on to our next presentation.
Auntie
Yes?
Jane, before you go on, I think Galactic Clyde had his hand up.
Oh, sorry, Galactic Clyde?
You're muted.
Unmute yourself, we can't hear you. Clyde?
Yes, yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yes.
Sorry, I missed you.
Just to add to the connection with the spirit weed was used by the Maroons as well for indivisibility. So when they were fighting the British, they couldn't see them because they used the spirit weed to be invisible.
Yeah, chomo yato, brother Clyde.
Respect. Yeah.
You have to talk some and leave some, my brother.
All right, leave that alone. Respect that.
So
rise up for the strength. Brother Oliver.
Yeah, man, where is sir?
There you are, my brother. I hold the fire, you know.
Oh, good. So how it's been going?
Things is going well, wonderful, my brother.
You know, I'm coming that side soon.
Yeah, you're welcome when you come. You don't have to press no intercom.
Okay, good. I hope so, because you know I don't want any but anyway, that's good. I love what your presentation. I like spiritual connection and you know the roots. Now, what did Nani use when she caught the bullet with her butt? What was that? I'm always curious.
That is mystery, my brother. That is behind me. We can't talk some of the sit them and leave some of them. You with me?
Right,
Can't
good.
talk everything.
Good.
Yes,
No, I was just always curious about that, if there's a roots involved, you know?
Yeah. Always the roots, the herbs always involved. But
I know. It helps them to fight the way they fight too, yeah.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah.
All right, guys.
Okay. Thank you very much, twin brothers.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Auntie Jean.
Okay. We're going to move swiftly on to our next presentation. The one and only Dr. Aubrey Yakob Oliver, ND, RBT. Sorry, I got to let somebody else is in. Yakob from the Ethiopian Orthodox, is somebody's calling? Or is that you? Okay. from the Ethiopian Orthodox Tiwahadi convert. I know that you'll correct me because I'm terrible at pronouncing things. He's a Jamaican functional holistic medicine physician trained through Ashford University on complementary and alternative medicine programs. And Dr. Aubrey is going to be doing a presentation on bioenergetic age issues and adrenal functions. Are you ready, Dr. Aubrey?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but we can't see you. Is it possible to see you?
You know, I'm sitting in my living room, but I guess it's okay.
Okay.
So how are you? How are you? How's Auntie Jean? How you doing? Good hosting as usual.
Yeah, oh, thank you. I'm doing good, thank you. I'm doing good.
You're the hostess with the mostess?
I don't know. It's for other people to tell me.
That's good. Yeah, basically, you know, we look at well, Taído. Taído is the name of the word. It's the oldest Christian faith. I mean, if you remember anything in the Bible with the Ethiopian eunuch.
Okay.
You remember I don't know if you those who read the Bible, if they remember the story with the Ethiopian eunuch and Philip, when Philip converted him right after Pentecost, in the Acts of the Apostles. He went back to Ethiopia and he joined with their group of, you know, God-fearing disciples, and I guess out of that came the Taído. Now, the reason for the connection to the Taído, it's connecting back to Ethiopia. Ethiopia, as you know, is the original name for Africa at one point. And I always like to tell the story about the whole movement of Columbus was to go after the Ethiopians during the Crusade War, after the 700 years of African rule of Europe. They were so, I guess, they were so upset, you know, that they were actually, you know, because if you still go to Europe, like Spain and those places, you still see black deity statues and stuff. That was the first set of deity, and then they got where they start whitewashing everything. But the whole Christian thing, the whole Christian faith was brought to Europe by Black Africans. And when I say Black Africans, I don't want people to think it's just because there's also white Africans and different colors of Africans. But it was first brought by sub-Saharan Africans. They were the one that were ruling Europe at the time. At the time, they were the richest people in the world. And they basically did a lot of trade. But when they went to Europe with so much money and so much riches, I think 90, 80%, 85% of Europe was illiterate. And these same Africans educate the Europeans, and then they turn against them. And Columbus was nothing but a Renaissance. I mean, a guy going out to find out where they were all are. And when he ended up in the New World, which they call the New World, it was already an old world for Africa, because they already had the Amec people in Mexico, along Central America. They were all Black people with thick lips, thick nose. And when Columbus came, he was actually surprised that he saw the Ethiopians there and doing their thing and their traditional deity and all that stuff. And he went back and got his 3 ships, and you know what happened? They kill off most of them, and they tried to twist the story that, you know, it was disease and measles, but it was a war. They were literally fighting against the Africans. Now, how that comes into our health and taking our health back to Africa, because that's what this month is about. It's about remembering our, as far as England, remembering our African heritage, the power of it. And a lot of times they don't tell the truth. Most of the times, everything is whitewashed, and they never tell the truth about what really happened to our people in the Caribbean, Central America, South America. I mean, there's cities with pyramids that are still buried on the bushes throughout South America that was African built by the same Ethiopians that they used to call them, and Egyptians, and they were traveling to these parts of the world long before the Europeans even know about what was going on. You're talking 20,000 years ago and beyond. Some of the almug heads that they found, the stone that they use, they still fathom, they still can't fathom how these things last and stay intact for 20, 30,000 years because of the fact that they cannot understand the greatness of our people. And it's the same thing with our medicine. You can segue now where you say they had this great medicine from thousands and thousands of years. And it does go back to what the twin mentioned in the scriptures. One of the scripture talks about the combination of certain herbs and spices for healing just about every type of disease that we have, along with the energy that comes from the sun, the radiances. And in this, one of the biggest misinterpretation, I would say, or misinterpretation of the Bible is that in that scripture, I think it's in Exodus, where God was given instruction for a certain remedy to heal, and what we call kotomos. There was a word that was mistranslated from the Greek to English to be, which was supposed to be cannabis. And what happened with this herb was that they misinterpret the word, and they bring up this flower. It's a flower with a yellow, it's a yellow flower, a plant. And a lot of people try to make this plant with cinnamon and other things to cure certain cancers and certain diseases in the body. And it doesn't work because there was a misinterpretation, just like everything else that they do with a lot of these scriptures and stuff. And as far as health, this misinterpretation caused a lot of people ill health over the years because they missed the whole point of cannabis. So cannabis was that plant that the Bible talks about. And as I said, it's misinterpreted to be a flower that has no use for you health-wise. So we got to remember that. Moving along, our system in your brain, you will find cannabinoid. We have a cannabinoid system, which simply means that God already, or the Creator, the Mother Nature already set in place that we do need to use cannabis, ganja, marijuana, whatever name you have, for healing. That one plant, as Alkaline mentioned earlier, is actually the healing of the nation, as Peter Touch says. And the great artists and singers along in Jamaica have always mentioned that ganja is the healing of the nation. And it is literally, physically, spiritually, and mentally true. Now, what, as a, hold on a second. Okay, as a practicing physician, when I first set up my practice in Jamaica, hold 1 second. That, but as a practicing physician, one of the things that I have noticed when I went back to Jamaica is that our people have gotten so caught up in pharmaceuticals that I've witnessed people being, just what I would say, pharmaceutical medicine as we know it today has created more disease than anything else that we can imagine in our life. I mean, stress creates a lot of disease, and I'll touch on that in a little bit. But just pharmaceutical products. Basically, you with certain prescription, which most of these doctors don't even tell you the interaction with your chemistry, your physics. They don't give you a forewarning of anything because they don't even read the side effects. Has been causing a lot more damage than anything else. And I want to touch on that briefly because right now, even in the United States, and I would say the Western world, the leading cause of death is heart related. That's including strokes, heart attacks, those kind of things. The second is cancer of different kind. And third is MD related mistakes. And that's very scary because you're looking at just in America alone, about 600,000 people dying from those mistakes each year. And it's going unsaid, never in the news. Nobody ever talks about it, but they know that the medicine that they're giving these people are killing a lot of people. And the people that are dying the most is our brothers and sisters. It's the people of African descent, because we have, a lot of them have Medicaid, so they get the free prescription. And I imagine it's the same thing in England, where you have the free prescription from the NHS. Is that what you call your system over there?
Yeah.
And you basically think, okay, I'm getting these free prescriptions, so I'm going to fill up. And as the doctors write them, they get their little checks, and these people think they're doing them any favor, but what they're doing is actually speeding up their demise in a lot of ways. Because the first thing they'll tell you in certain cases, like high blood pressure and the stuff that's going to kill you, is that you need to stay on this for life. Which, why would you want to get on something for life if you want to be healed and cured? Why you want to take a medication that is causing other problems? Diabetes is not really what kills a lot of people. It's a swelling of the heart from metformin. Metformin side effect is that it swells up the heart. So you take it for a good 20 years, you're going to die from a heart attack or a stroke. A lot of stroke victims, believe it or not, has nothing to do with high blood pressure. It has to do with the medication that they get for their diabetes.
Okay.
So people need to understand, and this is happening, and this is affecting us, African, more than even the Caucasian, because a lot of Caucasian know, alternatives that they can work with. And, I have a story. I remember when I was treating a patient with kidney failure. When he went to the doctor in New York, a very famous doctor, the doctor, his kidney was at, I think, 20% functional. And the doctor was telling him, oh, we're going to have to put you on dialysis. But, I guess as you go and visit the doctor, he also met another Jewish lady that would sit next to him and they'll talk. And, he was telling the lady that, his kidney is like 20% functional and he's getting ready to go on dialysis. And the lady's like, well, mine is 15, but the doctor never tells me about dialysis. He said he would work with me and use whatever medication and situation that he can get mine back up to 25, because once you're at 25 and above, you don't need dialysis. But they've been doing this for a long time. As a black man goes into any of these guys' office with kidney problem, even if it's sometimes 25%, they're trying to rush them onto dialysis. And once you go on dialysis, your kidney has no use anymore, and you will eventually die while you're on dialysis. So these are the things that we need to be aware. We need to take our health back. And the able practitioners that came on before me, they are practicing that. They want you to go back to Mother Nature, and Mother Nature started in Africa. A lot of things that we practice starts in Africa, that the sun is a healing force. The radiances, not radiation, because they're quick to give you radiation once they know you have cancer or anything abnormal cell growth in your body. They're quick to give you radiation. Radiation is different from radiances. What I work with is radiances. The same young man I was telling you about, his kidney, came to Jamaica. He left Connecticut, and his daughter was our nurse at the office, our medical office, and it's called Batunde Medical Center. And she told him about what we're doing, what I do with the energy medicine. And he came down and he spent a good 2 months in Jamaica. And when we're finished with him and sent him to the urologist, which we also have in our office, his kidney was back to 50% functional. 50%. From less than 20%, I think he was about 15%, to 20%, back to 50%, never had to go on dialysis. I have people that their kidney was shot that are still in Jamaica and never had to go on dialysis because we re-energize their system with radiances from a bioenergetics device called COMRA therapy. COMRA meaning coherent multi-radiance therapy. And I don't want you to mix it up with radiation. Radiances is what helps the impetus of the body to regenerate its cells. So the body is what does the healing. All these herbs and all these things that we give to the body doesn't heal the body. The body just needs the right chemistry from these herbs. It needs the right physics from these herbs. The combination of chemistry and physics, giving the body the energy that it needs, the body will do the healing on its own. And as a physician, over the years, I mean, when I learned that, and it hit me like a ton of brick, all these doctors who sometimes want to take credit because they write you a medication, or herbalists who want to take credit because they give you herbs or something like that, none of them are doing anything. It's the body that's doing everything. But the body needs the right chemistry and the right physics. The reason why pharmaceutical products hurt us so much is because most of the time it's not giving us the right chemistry. It's going against our own natural chemistry. The body's physics. Nobody will tell you that because they want you to think it's all biology and chemistry. Yes, you need to know the sciences. But every cell in our body has nutrient, proton, electrons. And I remember when we were in physics class, I used to like physics, but I've never associated physics to our body, to our life, our living. But it is physics. Every matter around us, even the wood that you knock on over there, that is a part of physics. And they have cells. They have cells that can be replenished, cells that can be regenerated, cells that can be rejuvenated. One of the things that I specialize in as a physician is to help activate the body's own stem cells. I don't believe in the artificial insinuation of stem cells into the body, taking, fetus from embryos and all those things and putting in the body. It's almost like what they're doing now by putting baby's fetus cells in these vaccines, which is not right. That's one of the good things the son, President Bush, did was sign a thing that they should stop all those kind of experiments in the United States. Of course, they do it in other parts of the world. But you do have your own stem cells. A lot of people don't realize that they're in their rib cage, they're in the bone, in the legs, and it's just using the radiance you can activate them. And that's what helped my patients to recover from kidney diseases, certain cancers. Bonnie Whaler is one of my patients. I could use his name because he's famous. And I have other famous patients that I cannot use their name because I had to sign a waiver. But they have seen a total reverse of their condition because I use the radiance therapy to reactivate their stem cells, their adult stem cells in their body. So yes, this started way back in Africa. And I mentioned it before in another couple of programs. When the elderly were sick, and even though they didn't have all those sophisticated diagnostic machines back then, they knew what to do. Treat the whole body holistically with the sun. So they would wheel the elderly out into the sun first thing in the morning. And by about, before the sun gets really hot and the radiation, the radiances and the ultraviolet rays and those damaging ones gets to the midday, they would wheel them back in. And they'll do this maybe for a couple of weeks, sometime a month, depends on the disease. And one of the phenomena that would happen is that maybe after, when the body gets healed, they don't have to wheel them back in. They wheel themselves back in. So this was practiced in sub-Saharan Africa for centuries, thousands of years. And then, you know, of course, Europe can come with their medicine and knock a lot of these energy medicine and other things out of the ballpark, you know, just like discard it, like what we were doing with our ancestors means nothing. So now the technology that I'm working with, the radiances, it has ultrasound, magneto. Magneto is known to cure a variety of autoimmune disease that we suffer today, but notably the most famous one is lupus. Lupus was cured with magneto over 100 years ago, magnetotherapy. There is the LED lights, you know, the red lights, the blue lights, those lights combination. And all of them, the cells react to them. Everything is done at a cellular level. We don't have to, you know, even with the herbs, when you take certain herbs, like what Galactic Clyde is talking about with the galaxy and the Saturn and those things, it's energy medicine. All of that is energy medicine because you're using the energy from the different planets, from the different stars. You're using the energy from the sun. And those things are important. It's just that today, because there's so much chemtrails outside that they're spraying us to control us by our mind, or pituitary glands they're damaging. Yeah, it's hardly necessary, or, you know, it's detrimental to even go out in the sun sometime nowadays, these days, as an African, because you're breathing so much bad toxins. Right now in Jamaica, cancer is on a rise, especially lung cancer. And a lot of people don't smoke who are getting lung cancer. Some of the patients that I'm dealing with that has lung cancer don't smoke. It's because of what they're breathing. There's more cars in Jamaica, so they're breathing more carbon dioxide. There's more pesticide in the farming, so they're breathing pesticides and stuff. There's more toxicity just going around you. And that is what one of the major things that's causing damage. So when they come, we have to clean their system. With the energy, you can actually regenerate cells in each organ to fight off some of these poison that they're breathing, radiation that they're exposed to from the computer, Wi-Fi, the cell phones, you know. And we could talk about the different ways to deal with these radiation. One of the ways is actually simple kelp. Kelp or iodine can actually rid your body of radiation, along with this crystal, the different stones that can protect you from it. What these stones does, like shungite and other stones, crystals and so forth, they basically take the radiation, process it, send back something more positive back out to the air. That's why they are very important. But all of this is energy medicine. All of this is energy medicine because our body is energy. Once the energy stops, which comes from the blood flowing through your body, the cells functioning, the organs functioning, then you die. So don't let anyone tell you anything more than that. Our body is an energy source and we need to replenish the energy. And that's through nutrition, which comes from the herbs, from the right diet, from the right treatments. And it's amazing. Since I've discovered this, you know, I've been very fortunate to say, you know, I remember when I started, I said I wanted to get back into the master training and start running because I did run in high school, and I got to college and I was running, and then I kind of got burnt out because I discovered girl in college, and so I'm a late bloomer, and then I couldn't, keep up with the running, and then having, the partying and stuff. So I stopped running, and then I kind of played a little tennis and stuff to try and stay in shape. So I remember about 10 years ago, I was like, man, I want to get back into running, and I want to run at a master level, and I want to compete again. And I tried to do it, and I was in pain, a lot of pain. My knees, everything was hurting, and my joints. Just to run a mile, I was like, when I came home, I'm like, damn, am I dying or something? I mean, running never was this hard. And I'm trying to do it like I was about 44, I think, when I got back into running. And I discovered about the energy medicine, and at that time, it didn't get famous until about 2009, because it was around. The Russians kept it a secret for about 60 years. They use it in their space program. So when the astronauts go to space, they would send them with an MIL device. MIL stand for magnetic infrared laser. So they were using two radiances here, magneto and infrared laser, which is a cold laser. You can't do this with hot laser. You're going to burn yourself. You're going to kill yourself, actually. So it's a cold laser that work on the cells to neuromessaging. One cell send the message to the next. As one cell get healed, it send a message to the next cells, and it just continue like a domino effect. And I found out about a program in Miami here that I took the course, and I was like amazed. And I got myself a device, and I started using it on myself. The first 2 weeks of using it on myself, I started putting in more miles. I mean, I'm like, wow, this is great. My knees starting to feel better. Third week, I am running. I started doing about 40 miles a week. I'm starting to get high on this running. I mean, it was just beautiful to be able to run, and I did my first 5K, and and I think I got a bronze medal. So I got third in my age group. And then from there, I mean, I'm actually getting first place in my age group for 5K. But after a while, I noticed I was just too skinny. I was just, and I was like, nah, I love running at this pace, but I don't want to be this skinny and too waif. So I started, so I kind of started getting into sprinting. And that's when I really, find that, okay, I can build muscles as a sprinter. And sprinting is one of those sports that actually produces youth hormones, growth hormones, youthful growth hormones. So I was like, wow, this is cool. So with the energy, the track, and eating, I mean, I do eat like the licorice that Dr. Kandake was talking about. The licorice is actually a powerful, because when I start taking licorice, I notice the energy level that it just went soar. And also, not only does licorice give you a lot of energy, but it does protect your male organs. It does clean it. It's one of the few herbs that cleans the male organ. And I would think that it works for the female organs also, because I think someone mentioned earlier, I think it was Clyde, that the female and the male organs are similar in a lot of ways because of what herbs focuses on what area. I just recently was, working with, I do work with adrenal dysfunction. And one of the reasons why we have so much adrenal dysfunction and so much diseases is because, especially with prostate, my prostate patients, knock on wood, I haven't lost any yet. I have people come to me with prostate the size of grapefruit. And through the radiances and the energy medicine and changing of their diets and certain herbs, within a month, it's back to normal size. They come with cancer in the prostate that's already, because it got so big, it's touching on their spinal cord. So Why is this guy calling? It's touching on their spinal cord. Sorry about that. Someone is calling at this time. So what I've done is I use the radiances, I use the herbal remedies to get combination and see where. And the thing why the thing about the radiances, why it's important, is that it heals the body quickly. So I have people who get a surgery and they want to get back to normal real quick. The radiance is a perfect thing for it. There's nothing, you know, you'll add the herbs, yes, because the herbs and the radiance work together. So I don't do prescription anymore of any kind. I do some supplements because I take some, and we'll talk about that, because the supplements are very important, especially amino acid, enzymes, you know, because our cells, when you're working on the cells, you're working on an enzymic level at the cellular level. So you want the right enzymes in your cells to you know, reverse the mechanism in your mitochondria. As a matter of fact, some of the super centurions, as we talk about the 225-year-old man earlier that Clyde was talking about, a lot of these super centurions, what they found in their body comparing to normal people that die before, you know, the normal age of dying, when you say you die of old age, which is about 100 to 120. The premature deaths was the fact that certain things were missing in their cells, in the mitochondria. There's a supplement that was missing, but when they check the super centurions, they have a lot of it in their cells. Why do they have a lot of it in their cells? And then certain people, it depletes. With certain diet, you do deplete the natural resources that the body comes with for the healing, for its own healing mechanism in the body. So you lose things like CoQ10. CoQ10 is supplements that you need to start taking, because those things are in our body naturally. But as we get older, like after 70, you know, it reduced to like 20, 30%. There is what we call acetylcarnitine. Those are in our mitochondria. That's even more important for men than testosterone. You know, right now, a lot of treatment with prostate is that they give you injection of estrogen. That makes no sense, because one of the reasons why you're having prostate problem is too much estrogen. Now, the biggest problem with adrenal, I was going to tell you, is when you're stressed. A lot of Black men, Black women in a society like the United States, UK, these countries where, you know, they get unnecessary stress from either prejudices, racism, all those kind of things that we have to face. They take these, a lot of time they take these things personally, and they stress themselves more than the average other cultures or races. And one of the things that we found out is that as you stress, you basically release one of the biggest poison from your body that creates and starts a lot of these diseases. And one of the main things that it affects, the most detrimental part of this poison, or the disease that it causes in male mainly, is prostate cancer, and in female, breast cancer. The same mechanism that makes up the prostate area is what makes up the uterus. So you find that there's a lot of uterine cancer, cervical cancer. All of them are related to the same kind of stress and bad diet that we face and that we deal with each day. So the hormone that I'm talking about that is the most detrimental is cortisol. And that's released from your adrenals. The adrenal, when you get stressed or you're under pressure, God, the creator, designed it that when you need your cortisol when you're under these certain stress and pressure. So you start basically, if you see a car falling on your child, a gush of cortisol and other hormone from your adrenal will help you hold that car enough time to get your child up from underneath it. but that's the only time you really need those hormones. But we get up every day and we stress over the smallest things, the silliest things. Just, you know, having a conversation and we feel like we're being rubbing wrong, we're releasing cortisol in our body, in our bloodstream. And that's one of the main poison that causes a lot of disease and destruction in our body. Apart from the bad biotics in our system, the balance between alkaline and acidic, you have the same situation going on in your stomach between probiotics and bad biotics. You still need the same balance. They're about the same balance. We have more bacteria in our stomach than cells in our body. So that's very important too to take into consideration. So probiotics are important. They are good probiotics because there's so much bad biotics out there. And then there is the need for the energy to our cells to build our adrenal back to normal is very important as we age. The right herbs will do that, and the right treatments will do that. And most importantly, is to not stress in the negative way, because there's a alpha stress, there's a good stress that actually your body needs. You know, like if you're doing a race and you know, that's a good stress. A sprint is a good stress. So there's different degrees of stress, almost like different degrees of love. And so what I implore our people to do, and to remember, this is Black History Month. A lot of great modern medicine, a lot of great devices and things have been put together by our brothers and sisters, and the Europeans. A lot of Europeans take credit for it. But the thing that they can't take credit for is what we can restore back to, which is what we had in Africa, is the energy from the sun, the herbs that our brothers and sisters speak about earlier. And most importantly is, you know, having our body and our mitochondria and our cells at the peak, so that at 100 years old, 120, you still have the right nutrients, the right supplements and stuff that are in your body. And most importantly, if you die any time before what we call old age, which is between, I guess, 110, 120, it's a lack of either a mineral or too much of certain mineral. Because, you know, when they came up with the whole calcium thing, and I'm saying a lot of women need calcium, and they start giving them this supplement, what they start finding out is that, yes, they were having strong bones, but by the time they were 70, 80, they were also having dementia. So what was causing dementia, apart from the heavy metals that was in the diet, mercury and aluminum, there was also too much calcium. And when you have too much calcium in your body, your brain, cerebrum shrinks and press down on your, you know, on the whole cells, the gel. You know, your brain is almost like the yolk of the eggs. So imagine something caving in, bones caving in and pressing down on that. As you get older, then you start thinking and feeling weird, and things start, you know, and that's where the whole Alzheimer's and dementia stuff comes from. I remember when my mother, God rest her soul, she was a teacher for many years. She taught up until about 72 right here in Miami. And, you know, when she got to about 80, you know, she, apart from loneliness and just being stressed, and she was also getting in touch with some dementia. And I started treating her with the energy medicine. And it was so funny because within weeks of treating her, she just started getting back to normal. And I remember I was working on a course to add to my my doctorate in healing arts, and I came upon some tough math, and I mean, I'm not big on math, I'm big on physics, I'm big on chemistry, but I'm not big on math. And my mother would come and she'd sit next to me and she would solve. It's a good thing I was doing it online. She would solve most of the problems for me. You know, I don't tell her this, but my mother would be sitting there working out the math and figuring out the little calculus and stuff. And I was like, I was happy that I treat her, because a month before that, I would never get her to sit there and work with me like that. So I know it works on the brain very well. It works on the neurological. Your nervous system is an energy system. It's what feeds everything in your body. Every organ in your body, every muscles in your body comes through your neurological system. And that's what the energy is for. That's what the sun does. When the sun hits you and replenish you with the vitamin D and the other things that comes from the sun, or the radiances, it's your neurological system that gets put in place. And as that gets put in place, it works on your endocrine system, your lymphatic system. All these systems have to be balanced for good health and wellness. And that's what the sun energizes. That's what the radiance of the sun energizes. But as I said, we do have problem with the outdoors these days because of all the pollution, and running out there and doing things out there is not as beneficial as it used to be. But we still try and catch the early sun or the late sun, and that's good in its own way. But you can do your healing at home with these devices, and these devices are actually programmed. The thing about it, it's a programming of the computers that are in these small devices that activate the body's stem cells and activate the body's mitochondria, the ATP in the cell, which is the energy port of the cell. Like when your heart, the first thing you see when a baby is formed between the cells and the sperm and the female eggs is a little beating, a little pulse just start happening right away within days. And that is the energy that keeps you going until the energy leaves your body. That's what you call the heart. So it works very well on the heart treatment. I mean, I have a lot of patients who, come home from England, US, and they were like, they can't even, they like the view to live on the hill, but they're having problem walking up the hill because they have such damaged arteries and other things that are going on. And once I treat them, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, they're calling me, Doc, I'm flying up my hill. I'm going up with no problem. I'm breathing okay. And they're so excited. I remember one 89-year-old guy called me and he's like, Doc, I got up this morning and I'm like, something is standing up and I haven't seen that in a long time because of circulation. He was having problem with the heart. Once the heart slows down, a lot of things slows down. And that's the energy. That's our energy port. That's our energy source. So energy medicine is very important. And we need to realize that. And we also need, as the herbalists that we spoke earlier, I just hope that they also study the combination of chemistry with these herbs, because you can do the same damage if you're not careful, like what the medical doctors are doing, because they're not sure which herb, which medicine to put, what medicine. And I've heard of horror stories where people get really sick after taking a combination of herbs that wasn't supposed to be given to them. Just as much as I've heard horror story about people getting injection of 3 different medicine and they died by the time they get home. So we have to be very careful. But one medicine that we know hasn't killed anyone is, is the ganja. And that's a whole nother show, because ganja in itself, the reason why they fight against it so much is because it's a whole industry by itself. From material, as a matter of fact, the word canvas come from cannabis. And canvas was what we used to use for tents and all these things in the military. And then DuPont figure out nylon and chemical from the oil. The same thing. Rockefeller is the one who came up with all this pharmaceutical medicine. He was trying to find $1,000 pill. And all of it is for profit. They don't really care about the people. The Socratic oaths is out the window with the medical profession these days. It's all about making a profit. So when you're running to these places, NHS and these places, and think that you're getting good health care, or what we call you're getting good health care, you're actually getting bad care, because a lot of times these things are doing more harm than good, and it's all for profit. You might think you're getting it free, but it's your taxpayers' dollars that's paying for it. And it's actually more expensive when the taxpayers pay for it than even when you out of pocket pay for it. So yes, so get back to our heritage, our ancestral healthcare, which was the best healthcare at the time. And we can move forward as a people. That is the final frontier. Our health is our final frontier. When they start taking that away from us, they start getting us in the situation that we've been for so long, for the last 400 years, which is a slave, because that's what holism is about. Holism is about freeing mind, body, and soul. You cannot have good health if these three aspects of life are not balanced and free. And your health, 100%, good health, 100% based on holism, which is mind, body, and soul of your body. A lot of times when I'm treating patients, I don't deal with symptoms. I'm one of those physicians that you can't come in there and expect me to write you anything for a symptom. The symptom is nothing. Symptom says nothing. Symptom just know that you have a problem that is deeper than the symptoms. So I treat you based on when I'm talking to you, I can tell through psychology and other things that what really the problem is, what really caused. And a lot of time when I listen to them and then I start telling them what really, they're like, how do you know that? I'm like, well, you told me. There's no mystery. You know, I'm not a reader. I'm asking you questions about what got you here in the first place. And you're telling me. You just didn't know that was what causing your sickness. So yes, we deal with patients holistically, mind, body, and soul. And we have to get that balance. Once we get that balance, you have good health and you have freedom. And freedom is important. A lot of people are sick nowadays because they feel trapped within themselves. And through that trap, their cortisol, their adrenaline glands, all that stuff is just overly overworked. And once you have too much of that hormone, that bad hormone, that poisonous hormone in your body, you're going to have kidney failures, you're going to have heart failure, you're going to have high blood pressure, more high blood pressure. You're going to have diabetes. All these sickness can go back to these poisonous hormones that is excreted into the body from the adrenal glands. So you have to watch that. And sometimes it's simple. It's as simple as finding your own Eden and going to there that will give you a cure. It's not a medication. When you go to these doctors and they're telling you, oh, you have high blood pressure and you're going to have to be on this for the rest of your life, look at them and laugh and walk out, because all you have to do is start drinking a lot of water and run every morning or walk 30 minutes every morning, and you see that your pressure will get back to normal. Once you start taking these medications, it only gets worse. So there's simple way of healing yourself. There's societies in Nigeria and stuff like that and other places in Africa that never, ever use any medication. And these people don't have any of the disease that we know of in the Western world. So we can get back to that. It's not hard. You know, we just have to know and study and basically go back to our ancestry. So yes, any question?
Thank you. Oh gosh, thank you. You covered a lot. There's some questions in the chat, but if anybody wants to ask a question, please do unmute your mic and speak. Was it? Is this treatment in the UK? Is it the energy medicine for radiance?
Yes.
Was one question.
The last time I was there, I left a couple of equipment. Alkaline has been using it with some of his stroke patients. The thing that is so cool about it with stroke patients, I've had stroke patients that were crippled even 6 months before I got to them, who are paralyzed. And once we start working on their central nervous system, within 2 weeks, a month, they want to get out of bed and walk.
Wow.
Because they, you know, and it had nothing to do with physiotherapy, because when you get a stroke, it's a neurological disorder, number one.
Mm-hmm.
That means there was not enough oxygen to the brain and the nerve system shuts down. So the feeding of the nerve to the arm, the left side, if it's a right side, if it's a right stroke, the left side shuts down because it never got the oxygen when the blood was shut off with the clogged arteries. It's very simple what's going on, clogged arteries. And so once you start giving back these cells, the cells that didn't get the oxygen, once you start giving these cells back their energy, especially the weak ones, the ones that are dying, they start the neuromessaging back to the brain sending the message back out to the other, down the spinal cord that controls the arm, the leg, and so forth. And you find yourself start moving again because the messaging starts sent again. Now, physiotherapy is good. I don't say anything is wrong with physiotherapy, but if you're not getting any messaging, no matter how much physiotherapy you do, it's difficult to get back to normal. So you have to get the messaging system working first, and that only can happen with energy. Then the physiotherapy will be much easier. So yes, you do have it in the UK. When I come, I'm gonna actually, Jean, can you you have my email?
Yeah.
Can you put it up so that they can get that from me, please? And
okay.
I will send you information on how to get it. These guys are in Cyprus. My license with them to use it is in Cyprus. Is based in Cyprus. I haven't been there yet. I want to go there. I heard it's a beautiful island. But I did my course here in Miami. Also, you can put up my WhatsApp. My WhatsApp number is, and I could send you the link. It's 1-876-428-4362. That's WhatsApp. You can't call me directly on that. I just use that for
Repeat
WhatsApp.
that. Repeat it.
1-876-428-4362.
Okay.
All right. Again, 1-876-428-4362. And she'll also put up my email. But I will send you a link of how to get that when you're ready. The other thing is, I will set it up so that people can, even set up their own, if they want to do their own thing, get the knowledge on how it really works and actually get it to other people. They just created one that is for home use. And I think our energy expert, Fire Steed, is he there?
Fire Steed.
Fire Steed has been using it. Fire Steed ordered his since the last time I was in England, and Fire Steed called me and it's like, I use it on my knees, and my knees are doing well after a couple of days. And I'm like, I've had patients who had knee problem forever, and in 3 days, their knees are like working normal and stuff. And I think a lot of times what the doctors want to tell you that it's arthritis and stuff like that is not. It's just toxins that gets down into your joints that are causing those pain. What happened is, because of bad diet, again, everything, life and death starts in the stomach. Because of bad diet, a lot of times when you're eating certain things, it breaks little holes in your intestines, in your colon, because it's a very thin wall. The same thing that they used to make sausage from the pigs and the stuff, that little thin thing that they pack the meat in. It's the same way
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
that's the
skin
same way.
thing. Yeah.
That's the same way your colon is. So can you imagine how thin? So if you're eating certain foods, like too much nightshades diet, I don't know if you heard of that one, the nightshades diet, like potato, stuff with a lot of lectins in it, they will form little holes in your intestines. And guess what happens? You start having a leaky gut syndrome. And that's what caused a lot of our problems these days. So when these little doodles start going into different parts of your body, some of them end up in your knees, in your joints, in around your kidneys, around your liver. And that's when a lot of disease start, because those toxins, can you imagine what you're putting in the toilet still harboring around in your body, around organs and stuff? You can imagine the toxicity that you're having. And that's one of the big problems in today's society. Big problem in today's society, because we're eating.
That is too much potatoes?
Too much. Well, it's usually bell peppers, the stuff we love. Bell peppers, tomato, potatoes, eggplants. A lot of them have these lectins in it. Now, don't feel too bad. You can actually, when you're working with tomato, you need to peel the skin. It's a natural, I think it's a hormone. It's a natural chemical that comes with these plants. You know why they're there? When the insects bites them or try to bite them, the insect dies immediately. So the creator put it there to protect these valuable, tasty vegetables that we like so much. Because I like my tomatoes, I like my fried up stuff with tomato, onion, and stuff like that. But you need to peel the skin, because that's where it is. You need to cook. That's why you see in the army they would peel off the potato skin and cook it very well. You know, a lot of people nowadays like to even eat the potato with the skin on it.
I was going to say, so you wouldn't do the baked potato where you have the skin on it and eat the skin. That's not advised.
No, because it's high toxins.
Okay.
In there, and these toxins, put holes. What the lectin in these food, since they kill insect, when they get in your stomach, they're still active, and they seep right down into your intestines and bore holes into your intestines because they want to get out. They're very powerful. Speaking of that, you have the same microorganism around fruits. You know, when you go out in the field, the best way to get your vitamin B12, which is one of the most important vitamins in our life. You have some doctors practice just to prescribe and inject and all that stuff with vitamin B12. The best way to get it is not from a lot of these supplements that you see, because a lot of these supplements are using cyanidobin, and myosinobin. Myo is a little better, but the other one with the CY, which comes from cyanide,
right?
That's detrimental. They want to tell you that it's still okay and it's still productive. They want to sell you these high levels of probiotics that are not very good, and they say, oh, it's a billion of these different ones. But the problem is with a lot of those things, they don't pass the acid in your stomach. You know what passes the acid in your stomach and go down into the intestines, into your colon, and form the best vitamin B12?
Is it the pear seed?
No, I said, what do you think would give you the best vitamin B12? Instead of all these,
pear seed.
Pear seed, okay. Pear seed will work. But you know what? They'll give it. Just walking out into a very natural, organic farm and picking the fruits and just eat it right there without washing it or anything. There's millions of microorganisms on the fruits that make the fruit look so pretty. There's those same natural energy sources that makes the fruit look so pretty is what goes into your stomach and make your stomach pretty too. So, comparing to the best probiotics that your money can buy to speed up the production of B12, compared to eating those fruits, it's like having the probiotics is like having 900 donkeys to 9,000 horses when you eat those fruits. That's the power of those fruits compared to the best probiotics that you can buy on the market.
So it's just the natural fruit, just go out with the natural fruits.
Just the natural fruits, picking it from the tree. A tree that doesn't, I mean, an area that doesn't use no pesticide or anything.
Yeah.
A natural organic farm. Sometimes when you visit, not even just the farm. When I was in Kent a couple of years ago, I was amazed to see these wild berries growing along the road in the neighborhoods. Wild berries that you'd pay a lot of money, and nobody
And
is
the
picking
trouble
them.
is, leave it.
They just leave it there. And I was like, I get up every morning, I was eating these things because that's one of the best probiotics you can get is eating these berries, blackberries, and I think they were like
raspberries and all of that.
Oh,
They're wild.
And you find a lot of people in those areas tend to live very long too, because those berries are very important for longevity.
Okay.
They keep your heart healthy and all those things. And I mean, that's one of the things that contribute. So yes, there's a lot of things that you can do going back to nature that our ancestors used to do. I remember when I was a kid and getting up and eating didn't have any money to buy any of the candies in the store. So I had to go and walk and suck on the cashew fruit. I had to eat this fruit. I go in the field, I see red berries, I'm eating them. Didn't realizing that these things are laying the foundation of my good health. So, and then back then I used to run miles and miles as a child and walk miles and miles. I never used to use, and I didn't have any money to pay for transportation. So the thing is, the things that we used to do as young African kids, whether we're in Jamaica or Africa, we need to do them now. We can't say we're too sophisticated to walk instead of taking our car. We can't say, no, we're too, sophisticated to eat healthy, to just pick things off a tree and eat it, when that's much healthier than buying it from a refrigerator in a supermarket that's killing all of the enzymes in it.
Yeah.
Just go out and pick your fruits like you used to. They're there. God hasn't stopped making them. That's the good thing about the Creator. He makes everything in abundance. You find them, I always wonder about mango season in Jamaica. Mango season in Jamaica, there's more mangoes waste than what we actually eat.
Oh.
I mean, thousands of mangoes on the ground that never got touched, never got eaten.
Can the seeds be used?
Yeah, no, the mango seeds are not.
Really? Just the fruit?
The fruit is better, but I'm just thinking that instead of wasting it, they could actually dry it and keep it, you dry the enzymes that will stay input in some cases, But at the end of the day, what you want is the enzymes. So that's why the same thing with our fruits and the vegetables. You don't want to cook them more than 5 minutes.
Yeah.
If you cook it for 5 minutes, you retain about 60% of the healthy enzymes that your body needs for health, good health.
Right.
So can you imagine, as a people, we've been cooking our food, we've been killing it,
Not getting all the nutrients.
I think there was it past 5 minutes, it's dead. I always tell my patients, live food, live cells, dead food, dead cells.
Makes sense. It's quite simple.
Yeah, if you want to maintain good, healthy mitochondria in your good, healthy cells, you have to eat most of your food live. That's why we have appendix. Why do you think so many people lose their appendix by the time they're a certain age? Or it has to be taken out, or it gets so inflamed and want to kill them. Why do you think the appendix wants to kill them?
Yeah.
They're eating too much cooked food.
True.
Your appendix is there to deal with the live food that you eat, to process it.
Okay.
So that's why, as a kid growing up, I used to see a lot of kids taking out their appendix and stuff. I'm like, I never understood it. But I didn't understand it because I couldn't afford a lot of the cooked food. So I used to just walk and eat fruits and vegetables.
Which was a lot better for you.
I didn't know it was a beneficial thing. I just thought it was because I didn't have any money.
Yeah. We've got a question from Marlene. She's got a hand up. Marlene, do you like to ask your question?
It's not a question again. It's Aubrey mentioned about drying mangoes. There are dried mangoes we can buy. just like we can buy dry pineapple.
They're not good. I dry mangoes, but I don't use any pesticides or anything. I have it. I dry it just as it is.
Yes,
Well,
I
I
disagree.
bought the mango dry.
No,
and
the
it
mangoes
tastes delicious.
The mangoes dried have chemicals and stuff in it.
Well, if it's organic, make sure you check if it's organic. I mean, they might lie, but if it's organic and doesn't have a lot of chemicals and stuff, yeah, you might be, you know, from the Whole Food stores. Do they have Whole Food stores in England?
Yeah.
Okay. So you get it from those sources, that's fine. But in the future, when you buy a surplus of fresh mango, you know, just buy a little dry. You could buy a little dryer yourself, you know, any fruit you can put in it and it dries.
Really?
Yeah.
You can actually buy fruits and dry it yourself. And put it away.
I have a dehydrator.
Yeah, it's a
Okay,
dehydrator.
that's interesting. And what did you say about appendix? How does people get it?
Appendicitis is eating too much cooked food, overcooked food. Your food is the enzymes in the food. The appendix is there to regulate and to work with fresh enzymes. It's there to break down raw food to make it more accessible to the body. So when you're not eating enough raw food, your appendix will just sit there doing nothing. It's almost like the prostate, you know. If you're not using it, it will sit and get fester.
I had mine removed when I was about 23, 24.
Yeah, and I guess you used to eat a lot of cooked food back when you were young.
Well, just normal, like everybody else eat cooked food.
Exactly. Yeah,
but mine's erupted at 23 because I remember I was about to travel and I had the most horrendous pain. And then when I went in the hospital, they said your appendix of.
Right. Yeah, that's pretty young. But yeah, I've heard of younger people getting that issue also. But yes, it has to do. It does have to do with our diet. You know, if we're not eating enough raw food, it will get ruptured.
Okay. There's this. Carol's got her hand up. Carol, would you like to ask your question?
Yes. Good evening. I came in quite late, so I didn't catch all the speaking. But I want to ask what herb I can use for fibroids and cancer of the womb.
Fibroids is a hormonal disease. A lot of times doctors are trying to treat it like it's just a regular tumor. It's not really a regular tumor. It's a growth that starts in the muscles of the uterus.
Yes.
It is a tumor. I've treated fibroids in Jamaica the size of a 9-month-old baby. And what happened was, you know, of course, it's going to take time to shrink it with the energy medicine because it took the lady years. But when I treated, and she went and got this, when she first got the fibroids and it was growing and growing, cancer was growing along with it in the womb. And when I treated her for a few months, by the time she went back and had the lump removed,
yes,
the doctors was asking her, you know, the last time you were here, you know, the cancer was growing along with it also. Where's the cancer? You know, the energy medicine actually activated the defense cells to fight off the free radical cells that was growing along with it. Now, if your fibroid is not that big, if it's small, one of the things that you want to focus on is getting your hormone back to normal. Remember, I was telling you, stress and those kind of hormonal disorder from the adrenal glands will cause cancer in the uterus, cancer in the breast, cancer in the prostate. All of those things that contribute to stress.
Also, I'm diabetic, type 2.
Right. So for the fibroids, you probably need to get some black and blue coash so you can start balancing your hormones. You know about coash? You heard of it?
Yes, I've heard of it.
Okay, so you want to start
the black one.
Yes, and the next one, the next herb that you need is yarrow. Yarrow is a powerful herb.
Yes.
That fights, and horsetail and calendula.
How you spell the calendula?
Calendula, Calendula, calendula.
Yeah. And can you purchase that in England?
You should be able to at certain herbal stores that import these herbs. I think are very popular more in India and China, maybe some parts of the Mediterranean.
Yes.
But I think they were brought there by Africans. But any of my herbalists around that know about the calendula, the horsetail, the
Yeah,
yarrow?
she can get all of them here. All of them are here.
Good, good.
Okay.
So those
Yeah.
will help you. There's a tincture, there's a procedure that you can use to put the yarrow and the horsetail where you steam it and put it in a cloth and rest it on your stomach for hours for the fibroids to help shrink the fibroids.
Yes.
I have that I could send that to you. Just send me a WhatsApp and I'll send you that therapy.
Right.
It's a horsetail and yarrow and calendula therapy. But when it comes on to cysts and tumors and those things, calendula and what's actually very good for cancer too is marshmallow roots.
Marshmallow.
The root of marshmallow. Start taking that.
And how many times to take it? Morning, evening?
Well, it depends how bad is the cancer. You might want to take it 3 times a day. Yes, or make the tea 6 times a day. So
okay. Yes.
you want to what you want to do is activate your defense cells, because you have the defense cells and you have the cancer cells living right next to each other. It's just because of certain things why the cancer cells start taking over.
Right.
And then at that point, instead of taking certain things like other chemicals now to kill the cancer cells and the defense cells, the cancer cells are very smart. They'll try and figure it out. They'll figure out radiation and they'll figure out chemotherapy. When they come back, your defense cells are already dead.
Oh, right.
So that's why a lot of these remedies are very primitive and not really, some people say, oh, I'm in remission. I've had friends have a party after their pancreatic cancer went into remission. And within a year, they were gone, because when you come back, there's nothing to defend them.
Right. Thank you for this.
You're welcome.
They've got a question. Brian's got his hand up.
Yes,
Brian.
thank you.
Yeah, Aubrey. You talked about holes in your intestines. What kind of food you can eat to repair that or prevent that happening? Holes in your intestines, so that
a lot of the old-fashioned spices are very good. Like licorice is good. The one that I'm thinking about is pimento. But pimento, grounded pimento, helps seal back those holes. And the other one that looks like pimento with a little stem on it, what's that called?
Cloves?
Cloves. Cloves are powerful. Grounded cloves.
Cloves, yeah, okay.
Yeah, grounded cloves. And then licorice is good. Cloves. Any of those, they do repairs. Any of those herbs and spices that repair. Turmeric is good. Turmeric, turmeric is a good spice. For men, I recommend men using frankincense and myrrh.
Okay, you can actually consume that. You can consume it.
Yes, you can. I remember when I was in Jamaica, there was this guy. I mean, when he told me his age, I think he said he was 79, and I mean, his skin was as firm and as pretty as ever, dark-skinned man, and his body, his muscles, tone, and everything was just intact. And he showed me. He said, "This is what I take every morning." He has a bottle with a bunch of the frankincense and myrrh in the bottom, and he just pours water on it, and just take a little bit, because you don't want to take too much. It can actually drive you a little crazy. And he would just take a little bit of a capful in the mornings, and he said that's what contributes to his beautiful skin and his muscles. Frankincense and myrrh.
I didn't know you could consume it.
I haven't got the guts to try it yet. But
No, because I don't think you don't think of them as food, don't you?
It's very bitter. It's very bitter. But
Okay.
the myrrh is very good. The myrrh is good for cleaning out toxins.
Yeah,
myrrh.
Okay.
There's a question
Thank
about.
you very much.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
What advice would you use as foods for eczema or eczema?
When the skin is messed up?
Yeah, you got the dry,
I
skin.
think, you know, for me, I always like, bathing in neem. Neem is pretty good for the skin. I've seen eczema reverse with neem. If you can get some neem oil, that's good. Castor oil is good. Because a lot of time those are just cells that have gotten damaged. So any of the cell replenishing herbs and plants are good for, once you apply it externally, are pretty good. There is some other ones that I have that I could give you in your WhatsApp. I'd have to look in my books and send it to you.
Okay. Sorry, waiting for me. There's another question here. Has somebody got a question? I see Pauline, you unmuted earlier on. Did you have a question? Pauline?
You mean me?
Yes.
Yes. I was going to ask about any herbs to deal with stress, reducing the stress levels and helping with anxiety and depression.
Okay. There is what I use that I find to be very, very good is a supplement, actually. The body supposed to produce it, but you call it NAC.
Okay.
And acetine, cysteine. That's what the NAC stands for. It's amazing. I mean, I've used it. I've given it to my patients who are suffering from similar disorder, depression, mental disorders, things that, the stress. It's one of the amazing supplements that, and I think they do get the ingredients from natural sources. But NAC, just get that and you'll see an amazing turnaround in your system. Now, as far as particular herb, I mean, you have the ginkgo biloba that I think it was Clyde talked about earlier. Anything that deal with cerebral circulation, like those kind of herbs, will help you, because a lot of times it's just the blood not flowing properly in your neurological system that cause even the depression, causes the stress. So yes, you want to do like the NAC, you want to do things like anything that deals with circulation, cayenne pepper. There is those things help with circulation. But once you get a good blood flow, there's certain exercise that you can do also. The patting is very important. I send out a patting videos to my patients where you pat the certain, what they call the word, release certain endorphins in your body. And good old sex is good too.
About asthma, any herbs for asthma?
Asthma? The best one that I know of is a sea moss. There's a thin sea moss that works with asthma, the thin one. But sea moss is very good overall for getting rid of that inflammatory, because asthma is just the thickening of the esophagus, the breathing tubes, the thickening of mucus layered on them, and it gets so inflamed that they just swell up and then you can't breathe. So anything that get rid of extra mucus. Sea moss is good for that. Licorice is good for that. The NAC that I mentioned to you is good for upper respiratory disorders. And I think neem is one of those ones that's very good for upper respiratory disorder.
Okay, all right. And frozen vegetables and fruits. Any word on frozen vegetables and fruits?
I eat them because they're easy to deal with sometimes, and you know, I just complain sometimes about buying the fresh ones, and then sometimes you don't get to them and they spoil. But the condition is how they process it and before it's frozen. That's what we have to be concerned about. So you might want to find a good farm that they claim it's organic, number one, and number two, they don't do much of the added stuff to before they freeze it. They took it straight from the farm and freeze it so the enzyme could still be there. Some of them, they'll sit around and they'll add whatever is it to keep it preserved before they freeze it. You don't want, you know, and if it's too cheap, maybe that's what's happening.
Right. Okay, I see. Two more questions before we finally wrap up and close. What is good for acne is one. And what herbs for prostate cancer is another?
All right, the famous one that they use for, all right, let's go for the acne. The acne, aloe vera, you know, you can use the green part and rub that, blend it up and rub it on your skin, and you can use also the gel part, you know, because usually a lot of acne is just bacteria just finding space in your pores and developing fast. So you want to clean your face with antiviral kind of plants. So aloe vera is one of them. Garlic is one of them. Even onion you could use to clean your face, because all of those are antibacterial naturally. You could also clean your face with and take a little bit under your tongue, colloidal silver. Those things actually fight virus, and they're natural ways of fighting viral and stuff like that. It's a lot of time acne is internal, it's in the blood. So colloidal silver, good old Cersei, drinking it and washing your skin, you know, boiling it and cleaning your skin. Those are good. If anybody know what Cersei is, it's a bitter herb from Jamaica that can clean your blood. So keeping your blood clean will keep the acne. Now for prostate, what I noticed that's very good is willow bark. The willow bark tree. So if you know where there's a willow tree is, you go and you dig off a handful of willow bark to a gallon of water. It is so powerful that when that water boils and you get that red, you see it gets red, you'd save that same amount of willow bark, put it in a plastic or something and keep it in the fridge. And then when that gallon is finished, you boil another gallon with that same one. And when that is finished, you boil another gallon. You get about 3 gallons out of a handful of willow bark. And usually by the end of that, drinking about for about a month, your prostatitis should come back to normal. But there's another fun one that I've discovered, which I love. Dark chocolate. Dark chocolate actually is very good for your prostate, but it has to be 70% cocoa and better, hardly any sugar. So if you want to do the 85% and 90% cocoa, then you are in good hands. But dark chocolate is amazing for prostate.
Thank you.
Didn't know that you could have fun getting healthy, yeah?
No. That's good.
Well, I look for the fun things to stay healthy.
Absolutely brilliant. Yes, just people have just picking up this session, and I believe somebody's coming back in. And Sister Van, It's Sister Van who's
Joanna Brown to everyone. I also believe. What? Okay, I didn't see that. That's fast.
What was that?
I was reading something from Sister Brown or something like that. What she was saying? She also believed what?
Yeah, can I just mention it's mine. You're one of the few people that talked about spraying the skies and chemtrails and the lack of sunshine. And this is something that really is getting to me. And I just wanted to know a little bit more about the radiance, like you said, going out early in the morning, because we need vitamin D for good health. And if you look at the London skies in the last few days, it's nothing but grey. Whereas I travelled recently and went to other places outside of London and the skies was healthy and blue. And I'm convinced that that is causing a lot of problems, especially
the chemtrails,
terrible problems.
Yeah, because vitamin D is the functional vitamin. I practice functional medicine, if you notice. So I could never see a patient, functioning normal without that vitamin D. Your body, your organs, everything needs vitamin D to function properly. So yes, there is some good supplements. I was watching one the other day on TV, and I forgot where they garnered there from, some plant. I don't know if this was in the Mediterranean or something, but there's nothing greater than the sunlight. And you can actually, even if you don't go outside, you can do the eye therapy where you stare at the sun. That also will bring that it would do a lot of healing. The sun coming through your eyes, if that's the only way you can get it into the body. It's called irradiation therapy.
Can you do that inside through a window? Or do you have to be outside?
No, you can do it from the window. Just make sure you at the window where the sun is coming straight at you, whether it's setting or it's rising.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, quickly, Marlon. Sorry, not Marlon. Marlene. Sorry.
Marlene. Aubrey, I've just heard you mention about looking at the sun direct. I thought that was meant to damage your eyes. That's why we wear sunglasses.
The sunglasses not good for you.
Actually, sunglasses is one of the biggest lies, because I love them. I love them because they make you look cool. But but it messes up your third eye. Your third eye, which is right behind that gland there. What they call a small gland. It's the smallest, one of the smallest glands. The pineal. The pineal gland, exactly. You're smart. But yeah, that sunglasses damage that. And
really,
when you do look at the sun, it actually activates the pineal gland and does you get that third eye working. Wow, it's amazing to have the third eye working for you, isn't it?
No, I've always been told that it damages your eyes looking at the sun. So now I'm learning something.
20 minutes. Yeah, you do the therapy about 20 minutes. 20 minutes. You try to just stare at the sun. I try. I will send you. I have a little article or a little thing I could send you when you WhatsApp.
I'm on your WhatsApp
yeah.
group.
I know you sound familiar. Yes.
You know me well. Huh?
I met you when I was in England, right?
Exactly.
That little device. I use it. I actually use it.
And it's good?
I mean, I use it more, the reflexology on my foot. It's been good, yeah.
Really? Oh my God. I found the electric going through my body was dreadful. I couldn't cope with it.
It's scary. It's scary because, you're getting electric shock. So you have to.
You know how to use it.
If you don't have a strong heart, as I told you, that it can shock you,
I don't think I knew how to use it. Anyway, I'm glad you're getting benefit from it.
Okay.
Anyway, thanks for letting me know. I don't need to wear my sunglasses the way I kept wearing. I thought I was protecting my eyes.
No.
What they say, they're protecting you from cataract, but there's things that you can use to clean your eyes so that you don't get any cataract. A little cannabis oil on top of your eyelid, will just let it seep in and clean the
That's true. That's what they said. You get cataracts looking at the sun.
Right,
but you can avoid
it's not the
getting
sun.
it.
It's not the sun that gives you the cataract. It's the toxins and the dust and the garbage that's out there when you're walking out there. That's what sits on the eye, and then the bad diet. You know, some of those things are toxin from the food.
I've changed my diet anyway.
All right. So, you know, a lot of people don't know that you don't have to go to the dentist if you eat fresh food all the time.
Okay.
You can save some dental bill right there.
Okay, thanks for the information. And now I won't wear my sunglasses so much.
Yeah.
Even though it makes me look cool, as you say.
No, you can wear it. You can wear it like when you're walking on the street and stuff. But as you get into the building and stuff, take it off. You could wear it when it's like heavy sun, but as soon as the heavy sun passes, you take it off, you know.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Sister Van. Can you unmute, please? Sister Van? It's Sister Van who was inspired to put this event on. So I'd like her to unmute so we can actually thank her.
Sister Van?
Doctor, can I ask you a question, please?
Yeah,
Is
go
it Sister
ahead.
Van?
No, that's not Sister Van.
That's Sister Van.
That's Verna.
This is Sister Verna.
Sister Verna, okay.
This is my first time.
Cool.
And I was invited by Fire.
Okay.
Fire Steed, yeah.
Yeah.
Fire Steed is a big fan of the energy medicine, yes.
Yes, I buy medication from him and all that. I'm not sick, but I buy it for my dad. Right. I give thanks. Yeah, but I want to ask you something really as you're talking, and I really admire everything that you say tonight, because I really look on the health side. But there's one thing that I want to ask you. What about the toxins that in the metal of our cookware when we cook? Does it have anything to do with our health, like the metal and the
number one metal that has been a demon and a devil for the longest many years, hundreds of years, is mercury. Mm-hmm. Mercury is just about in everything. They put it in our medication. They put it in, of course, our fillings. They put it in, but it's the number one reason for Alzheimer's. But what's been happening lately is aluminum. We've been using a lot of aluminum. So aluminum is now contributing to certain neurological disorders like Alzheimer's, dementia, too much aluminum on the brain, going through the cortex and filling up those areas where you're supposed to have a good flow between left and right brain. They find that aluminum particles are getting in there. And in some of these vaccines, they want to put aluminum also. So aluminum pots got to go. If you could find a good old-fashioned iron pot is healthy, especially for women, so you get your extra iron. Copper pots are good. Copper heals a lot of disease. You can drink from copper cups. Copper cups are good. You could wear copper. All those that's a good metal. And iron, cast iron. But yeah, the aluminum is what we need to stay away from.
Okay.
What about stainless steel?
Yes, I was just about to say.
Stainless steel is fine, but it's best if it's coated on the bottom. You have some pots. I remember years ago when I first got into healthy living, the pot was the first thing that I was focusing on. I actually was selling pots that have different layers. So if the stainless is at the bottom, it will help the distribution of the heat. But the part that you want, these pots were very expensive. They had stainless steel, they had copper layer, and they had iron layer, and then they had another core ore type of metal. And the one that you want that's touching the food, you want the iron to be touching the food. The stainless steel you could have on the bottom that helps with the distribution of the heat. So yeah, that's, stainless steel doesn't break down like aluminum, so I don't think it's as dangerous as aluminum. But you want the iron pot to be more what your food is touching.
Mm-hmm. There is one pot that known, I know it's expensive, is Salad Master. Have you heard about that 3160i?
3160i.
Yeah, it's a medical equipment.
What is the properties that it has? I don't really hear the name. I don't know the name.
You don't know the name.
Properties? What is it made up of?
It's made up of it's 316, a medical equipment, 3160i stainless steel. It protects the quality and the purity of your food. It also risks any chemical, 100% chemical reaction with the acid and the enzymes in your food.
Okay. Yeah. I've seen those. I've seen similar pots here in the States, but they're very expensive, as you said.
Yeah, they are very expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you can afford it, go for it, because remember, your stomach is the other brain. Your stomach is where life and death starts. So you have to take care of it.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
You're welcome.
Thank you. There's another call out for Sister Van. Her creation is the Healing Touch, and basically this event was put on by Sister Van. Is it in conjunction? We need to get
the next event we do with Sister Van. She needs to talk about her knowledge of crystals and the other healing factors that are in our natural world.
Mm-hmm.
Because that would have been good for tonight, because
I did ask her. She said she didn't want to speak, so maybe that's why she's you've unmuted. Thank you, Sister Van.
Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
How are you, Auntie? How are you, Auntie? Thank you, Auntie. Thank you, Dr. Oliver. I also want to thank everyone for tuning in, and I hope everyone got some enlightening from this. It was really good. I really enjoyed it.
So touch on briefly on the reflexology that you practice.
Sorry?
I want you to touch briefly on reflexology, because I'm always interested in reflexology, but just give us a quick synopsis on the importance of reflexology.
Okay. With the reflexology, all the nerve endings to your whole body is underneath your feet, and when you stimulate them by pressure, by acupressure, by finger pressure, you stimulate the nerves in your body, which will in turn heal some of your body organs. It will also relax you. It deal with stress, emotional stress. It helps with fatigue. It helps with digestive issues as well.
Exactly.
Yeah. And it also balances your body. It also balances
right. And you also need to teach us about the different crystals and what they're good for. I mean, you have a wealth of knowledge there and stuff that I've seen you've been posting. So the next one we do, you have to really get on there and talk about some of these things. They're very important. Now, the thing that I should have mentioned earlier, one of the best way of getting one of the richest form of antioxidant comes through the foot bottom also. It's just walking on grass for about half hour to 45 minutes. Nice fresh grass. The energy and the enzymes and the stuff from the grass, barefoot. Make sure if you're not diabetic, and make sure you look for anything to cut you, because we don't want you to go and cut up your foot and then you can't heal. But walking on grass is another part of reflexology that people don't know about, or even more important, on the beach, the sand of the beach. 30 minutes to 45 minutes of walking barefoot on the beach, on the sand, will give you the highest form of antioxidant the body can absorb.
Yes, definitely. I was thinking of doing another event where I have get a holistic therapy, complementary therapists, that do Reiki and stuff to have to talk about the benefits of Reiki, the benefits of body massage, the benefits of reflexology, and the use of crystals. because crystals also play a good part in our lives, you know. I mean, they've been used for healing from ancient days. Even makeup, people used to, back in the day, they used to crush some of the crystals and use them for makeup, for eyeshadows and stuff. Crystals could also be used as an extra. You can actually put them in water, some direct and some indirect, and drink them for healing purposes.
Very good. Yes. I mean, that's what is that what salt?
Part of the detox. Yeah.
Himalayan salt and all those things, aren't they part of the crystal family?
Sorry?
Himalayan salt and those sea salt, they're all part of the crystal family, yes?
Yeah, you can when you walk on the grass. Yeah.
No, I said the salt. Salt. You're talking about crystals, right?
Oh, the crystal salts.
Yeah, I said those are part of the crystal healing family.
Okay. The Himalayan salt is I think it is a form. It is part of the crystal family.
Right.
The Himalayan salt is you can actually put in your bath to help you detox the cleanse.
And cook with
you
it.
have
Cooking with it, yeah.
Yeah, you can cook. Yeah, obviously people cook with it, but you can also cook with it. You can also ingest it. You can actually drink it for to help as a way of detoxing as well. You can bath with it. As another way of detoxing your body as well. You sometimes with the Himalayan salt that removes that can actually help you remove some form of radiation in your body. You know, like when you come home from outside, you can actually use the Himalayan salt to have a good detox with it, to have a bath with it. You can mix it with sea salt as well.
Right.
You can mix Himalayan salt with sea salt and use it in the bath. You can also ingest it for absorption. Sea salt could be used to help with absorption if you have difficulty in absorbing. Sea salt is a good one to use as well. Himalayan salt is a good one to use as well.
Great. Well, it's actually good to hear from you. There's a thing that I wrote. I put it on my page for those who are on the page. I was trying to see if I could get it, but it talks about the basic physics and chemistry of our body. I don't know if you get to read it. But just everything going through our system. But Van, thanks for putting this together. It's great.
Okay.
That's the name, Van, V-A-N-N.
Okay.
It's saying your name, Van. It's short.
Okay, Auntie. I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to do that. Because I feel that in this time we really need to get together to heal. We need to come together to really heal, to help others to heal. You know, as Dr. Oliver said, to get back to our health, go back to health is the only way forward at the moment.
Yeah, restoring
our health, go back to nature, go back to health in all forms, in herbs, in herbal medicine, in therapies is the way back, is the way forward.
Right. We gotta go forward. We are good heterosexual people here. But anyway, I see a question came up about something. Doctor, someone was asking a question. Jean?
Sorry? Oh.
I saw a question. Someone was asking something about the doctor. Or the page. The page.
What's the name of the page?
Okay. On WhatsApp, I do have a page that's called what was it called? Dr. Oliver Wellness Club or something like that. And then there's also the one I formed while I was in England with you guys.
It's a take our health black.
Taking our health black. And I did that for Black History Month, but I'm gonna keep it up longer. But just send me your WhatsApp link and I'll add you to the page. What time is it?
Okay.
7:30. Oh Lord.
Okay, so we see that the time is running and we need to wrap up as well. And obviously you've got things to do.
Okay.
Okay. All right then. So I say a great big thank you to Elder Stephen Vasco, also to Alkaline, to Galactic Clyde, Sister Kandake, and we missed out with Tijani. Unfortunately, he's there,
Yeah,
but
we'll get Tijani up for the next time. I'll find out what happened. You said he was on earlier. I think he thought he was
I'm
gonna
sure
go
he was on. I saw his surname, but
yeah, because he thought he probably was one of the early ones. But he does run a herbal shop in Atlanta, Georgia. So I think maybe he had to go maybe to deal with business.
Okay.
But I'll talk to him about. But we should have you know, we're gonna try and cover a couple more before Black History Month is out in England.
Okay.
So
Cool.
we'll get him back on.
It doesn't have to stay with Black History Month, you know. We're Black History all year round.
Definitely. No doubt about it. That's why we have the Marcus Garvey you know, chapter that you're heading up, right?
Yeah,
it's all year round.
the Garvey Village.
Yes.
Okay.
So yes. All right, guys.
Also a big thank you to Twin Brothers and obviously yourself, Dr. Aubrey. So big thank you. And the biggest thank you goes to Sister Van for organizing.
Yes, thank you, Auntie.
Okay. Thank
Okay.
you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
All right.
Lovely night. Good night, all.
See you.
Good night.
night.
Good night.
Night. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Can hear somebody's clock ticking.
Good night, Jean. Another marathon session.
Yes, it's supposed to finish at 11. What time is it? 12:30. Just gone 12:30.
Yeah.
Yeah, but thank you for the help, because thank you for putting the information in the text.
Okay.
Yeah, thank
you. A
you.
lot of information was shared again tonight.
Yes, yeah.
Brilliant. Just shows the level of competences that we have within our community, really, doesn't it?
Most definitely. And the thing is, we have to tap in. We have to tap into the information that we have around us and the people who have got the information.
Yes.
You know, so we'll all be a lot healthier nation of people.
The level of communication that's taken place, the fact that people know, you know, coming onto a platform like this, they're actually going to be fed, you know.
Oh, I was supposed to read out Sister Kandake's information, so let me see if I can do that quickly before I actually sign off. I almost forgot. Let me see if I can find the information.
Kandake's information.
Yes, Sister Kandake's information to read it out.
It was put in the chat.
Yes, I know. That's what I'm looking for. See if I can find it. There's been so much has gone in there. If I can find.
It's instrumental health.
Yes, can you read it out for us? Because I can't find it.
It's www.instrumentalhealth.co.uk. And her contact number 07949 713 639.
Thank you.
Again,
This is for Sister Kandake's contact details. If you repeat.
Do you want me to repeat it?
Yes, please.
Yeah, www.instrumentalhealth.co.uk. Instrumental health, and it's all one word. Instrumental health.
Okay, and I think she put
okay, and the contact number 07949 713 639.
Thank you very much. And that's for Sister Kandake. I just, I'm trying to find it here. The thing is just flying quickly, so I can't.
Okay, Sister Jean.
Yes.
Sister Jean, how often do you do this talk?
Well, we do a talk every Friday for the Garvey Village, and it touches on health and basically what is going on, as I said, in our lives now. And also do the African Culture Market the 1st and the 3rd Sunday of the month. So if you take my telephone number or send or put your email in the chat.
Yeah.
And I can put you on the emailing list.
Yeah, yes, please. I really love this. Got anything to do with health. I am also in it as well. And I'm one of the distributors for Solid Buster.
Oh, I see.
So I was just touching base to see what doctor have to say. But yes, I'm in it for 3.5 years. Yeah.
Oh, that's a long time. So you must have the whole set then.
Oh yes, I have. As you look up there, you can see it up the top there.
Wow, yes.
And I also have the alkaline water as well.
Brilliant.
Hygienic, yeah. So anything to do with health, I really, from Fire was by me and he probably sleeping and I'm still here. You know, it's so overwhelming. I am like, wow. My dad have a stroke in Jamaica. And I'm thinking of getting doctor to get him to connect with doctor out there when you go there.
Yeah.
And my mom as well. So it was really a high hoping for me.
And the thing is, he's not too long left there, you know.
Is it?
It's only a couple of days ago he left Jamaica.
Oh dear. I wonder when you will be back there.
I don't know, but he's coming over here first.
Oh yeah. Oh yes. I will see him first. Yeah.
First before he goes over.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's really good, and I'm so glad to be a part of you guys tonight. And I will be always want to be a part of you because anything to do with health.
Yes, you're
I'm
on
the number one.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You.
Thank you for joining us.
And have a good night. Yes.
And you too.
Right.
Oh, don't forget to put your email in the chat before I lock off.
No, don't lock off yet. Let me send it back. Yeah, please. Yeah.
All right.
Okay. I'll put my name and my number, yeah?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is Motzi still about? Motzi, hi.
07960.
You've gone off to sleep.
6.
You wake him up?
Motzi! Kishenawa! Shaz! Nobody's answering me.
They could be sleeping.
I suppose.
Because they get up early in the morning.
It's a long session anyway.
Yeah. And I was just about to say Sunday, but it's not Sunday, it's Wednesday, isn't it? So it's Thursday morning. I'm so used to the Sunday.
.co.
Okay.
.uk. Yeah, this is my name and my number. Yeah. I think it's all there.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right then. Friday evening is the next session? Would you send me a link?
Next week, Friday. Friday, tomorrow Friday, come in. Yes, we got a session with the Garvey Village. I'm trying to think who we have. We have a Daniel Pink, Yvonne Fields, and Naima Ali. So we got three presentations from 3 people.
Okay, that's wonderful. That's wonderful.
Okay.
Okay,
right,
thank you very much.
You're
Stay blessed,
welcome. You're
and have a good
welcome.
night. And bye,
I will.
Hannah.
I will.
Is it Anna? Is it Anna? She name any? Is it Anna?
Who?
Okay, probably she gone. All right. Have a good night, sweetie.
All right. See you then. Bye.
Okay. Bye.
Might as well just write this out.
Jean, I'll speak to you another time.
Yes. Okay, my sis. Thank you. Thank you again for your help.
Good night, everyone. Good
All
night.
right. See
Good
you.
night, thank
Good
you.
night.
I'll put my email in the chat, Tracy, DQC, for any other events, please.
Okay. All right. Brilliant. I will.
Tracy DQC. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Wonderful.
Thank you very much. Great
Thank you.
session. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Thank you. Good night.
Or good morning.
It is. Good morning.
Bye.
Right. Bye. Good night.
Did you save the chat?
Yes, I just did, but I wanted to just write down the two numbers because it saved me having to trawl through.
Do you want me to read them out for you?
Yes, please.
Is that Vernon?
Maybe not because it's going out live on Facebook as well.
Okay, all right.
And they might not want their details
Okay.
up.
But they're right at the bottom anyway.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm gone now. Brian, good night, Brian.
You still there?
Yeah, Brian's still there.
He's afraid he's going to miss something, isn't it, Brian?
Good night, Pat. Good night. You're in my mind. yeah. I'll be here tomorrow.
There's nothing to miss.
All right, folks.
Okay. See
Right,
you.
then. Take it easy.
See you Friday, possibly.
Yeah, tomorrow. Yeah, I will be alive. So take care. Take care, everybody.
Take care. Good night. Okay, and okay. Can't see your email. Anyway, good night, folks.